negative global effects. When Russia invaded its neighboring country, Ukraine, in February of 2022, Russia increased energy prices and many people that could not afford electricity during the cold winter months. But invasion led to increased prices on energy, on food, on fertilizers globally. This had a negative effect worldwide. In Tanzania and East African countries, the cost of input went up. Living costs went up and government's expenses increased. Even though some of the immediate effects of the global energy crisis starting to recede in 2023, the risk of further disruption is environmentally and climate-friendly production. Climate change is affecting the nature and society globally, and Interpoa, Wajipo and Norway jointly engaged in a pre-COP29 exchange of climate and green transition and promote structural transformation for the economy. So they're all. With its strong position, East Africa is leading the way in integration and trade. The ongoing tripartite of EAC, COMESA and SADC, and finally the larger African Continental Free Trade Agreement for the entire continent, represent exciting opportunities to further boost integration. It will increase significantly the value addition and benefits accruing to Tanzania and Africa overall in the international economy. Having representatives from Ireland, from Sweden and Denmark here today, let me mention the importance of trade between Africa and EU. Import 2023, a 27% increase from 2013. The EU is the top trading partner and the largest export 23. I hope the collaboration between EAC partner states and European states will continue to develop between the EAC partner states and EFTA, that we belong to, on a joint declaration on cooperation on trade and investment. Tanzania is in the process of setting ambitious goals in its Development Vision 2050 for its people and for the country, continuing the legacy and heritage of the countries that celebrate 60 years to Tanzania and other EAC countries during this period. Now we are entering into a phase where trade and business will even more important. And let me include also the other Nordic countries in this. So we are proud to be a partner with Tanzania. We are proud to work together with partners, to work together with SACOT and others to increase productivity in agriculture and other sectors. And we are proud, all of us, for bringing in companies that bring competence and capital needed for building sustainable and sustained growth, productive capacities and trade. Partnership, like friendship, should be dialogue, CRDP, non-standard content. Thanks again to the and for highlighting such an important Asanteni Sana.
Asante sana Balozi Timms. You made a lot of important, you addressed a lot of important issues, and we thank you for that. I would particularly like to highlight something that was a cornerstone of our founding father, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere's vision of people-centered development and growth, and also the issue that you highlighted of focus on vulnerable groups, particularly women. Thank you for that. May I take this opportunity to invite the board chair of REPOA, Professor Rakaza Mkandala, to give his remarks and invite the Minister of Trade and Industrial Development for Zanzibar.
Honorable Dr. Selemani Jafo, Member of Parliament, Minister for Industries and Trade, United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Omar Said Shaban, Minister for Trade and Industrial Development, the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. Honorable members of the South African Legislative Assembly, Your Excellency Tyne Tons, Ambassador of Norway to Tanzania and the South African community, Your Excellency Jasper, Ambassador of Denmark to Tanzania, Excellencies, Ambassadors, Heads of Missions, and representatives of international organizations, Honorable Clerk of the South African Legislative Assembly, senior government officials from African governments represented here today, Dr. Donald Mari, the Executive Director of RIPOA, heads of our partner institutions, distinguished keynote speakers and panelists, members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 28th Annual Research Workshop under the theme Pursuit for Sustained Growth and Trade Expansion. On behalf of the members and the Board of Directors of RIPOA, I welcome you all to this workshop, and I especially thank our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Minister Jafo, for being with us here this morning. Asante sana. The subject of this workshop is very relevant for the African region, as has been said before, as we have heard, in the context of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the initiative we believe to be the game changer to the future of Africa. And I'm very pleased with the presence of many delegates from various African countries and regional organizations, which will constitute an important platform for knowledge exchange, and more importantly, on the best practices and recommendations for making our respective national policy frameworks work towards the achievement of FTA objectives. Honorable guest of honor, RIPOA and the research community appreciate the recognition of the contribution of research in development expressed today by the strong partnership in organizing this workshop that have involved the regional legislature, IALA, the EAC institutions, namely TAHA, CRDB Bank, and SACOT. I thank you all, and we look forward to continuing the collaboration in efforts to promote the use of research-based evidence to inform policies and development interventions in Africa. We are very pleased to be hosting our three keynote speakers, His Excellency Veronica Ndova, Madam Trudy Hasenberg, and Mr. Junior Lodge. I am also pleased to welcome other speakers and perspectives on addressing the challenges of production and trade expansion in Africa and the prospects for future success. Said Shaban, Minister of Trade and Industrial Development. Thank you for your kind attention. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Republic of Tanzania, I ask for your permission. I think my the previous speaker, have put the protocols in a very good order, and I don't want to make a mistake. Everyone has been recognized in a very beautiful manner, and I just want, because I've been given a very small assignment of welcoming you, though that's not going for free. I've also been tasked to give some few remarks so that I can welcome you warmly. Then allow me to go directly to my few remarks. I hope I have your permission. For guest of honor, my brother Dr. Suleiman Jafo, first of all, I'm thankful to God Almighty for enabling us to meet here today at the East African Community Headquarters in Arusha, at this important gathering of policymakers, development partners, researchers, private sector, and other non-state actors to mark 28th installment of RIPOA Annual Research Workshop, which is being jointly organized by East African Legislative Assembly, Trademark Africa, CRDB, Bank PLC, TAHA, SACOT, and fully supported from the Ministry of Industry and Trade. I also wish to register as a guest of honor to grace this event, despite the busy schedule associated with your duty as a Minister of Industry and Trade of United Republic of Tanzania. Honorable Guest of Honor, REPOA's annual research workshop is the foremost creative force for engaging a country's top leader, policymaker, development partners, and policy researchers in collaborative effort to review and shape national policies and strategies. REPOA has been organizing this workshop on an annual basis for 28 years, aiming to first stimulate and inform policy making with evidence from timely, methodologically robust and relevant research, and second, to expose researchers to the complex real-life realities that policymakers and practitioners face to inform their contextual understanding of policy process, the operating environment, and evolving concern. This is done to promote a mutual understanding of each other's perspective and to enhance the alignment of research with the country's current and future development needs. This is necessary to foster research that is specific, timely, relevant, and capable of contributing to both national and local stakeholders to venture beyond Dar es Salaam. I am reliably informed that this is the second time that this workshop is being held out of Dar es Salaam, following the similar workshop on trade and climate change held in Zanzibar 2 years ago. I'm also informed that this workshop has been elevated to the regional level, thus attracting participants from EAC members, states, economic commissions for Africa, researchers, government officials, and private sector actors from different countries in Africa and from around the globe. These decisions are a testament to REPOA's commitment to strengthen evidence-based policymaking, not just as a country, in the country, but additional locus of trade competitiveness and productive capacity expansions in Africa. Honorable Guest of Honor, I understand that REPOA has been working with the government of the United Republic of Tanzania and the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar through our two ministries of trade, responsible for trade and industrial development, respectively, from the various agencies, including the Tanzania Industrial Research Development Organization, TIRDO, for decades on research, with the focus on the textiles, sisal, livestock, seaweed, spices, and horticulture, as well as on the quality management to enhance the competitiveness. I am pleased to inform you that this cooperation is still ongoing and is set to continue for the foreseeable future in Ireland and the European Union through its then TRADCOM programs and the United Kingdom's Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office for support. Other ones that spill over, including vision through trade and industrial development. Several other partners, which include PLC, Trademark Africa, TAHA, and SACOT. The ministry continued to work with this resourceful group in various endeavors to improve the value chain, to streamline trade standards and the transparency, regional and international trade for national development. Our two ministries responsible for industries and trade will continue to promote such inclusive partnership in the pursuit of national development vision and the desire of Tanzania to be an important player in regional trade and economic cooperation with other countries in Africa and the spirit of African Continental Free Trade Area. Honorable Guest of Honor, before concluding to the efforts of both the development to the people of Tanzania. Lastly, but not in the order of importance, I would like to thank IALA and the EAC management for agreeing to host this workshop and the regional administration here in Arusha for ensuring the safety and enjoyable conditions to, that is what it means by warmly welcoming you. I think I have warmed the room and I've prepared you well now to address.
Minister for Trade, Development from the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar, Africa Legislative Assembly, Your Excellency Tontin, your name is always very complicated, Ambassador of Norway, Ambassador and the head of Mission International Organization, the Minister of Industry, Mr. Elbarik Sami, Dr. Geoffrey Issues, Chief Executive Officer of Sagot Center, Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi, Chief Executive Officer of Tanzania Horticultural Association, institution and leader of delegation, distinguished speakers, panelists, and invited participants, members from media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. Good morning. I am truly honored to be here with you today. And I want to thank you for invitation and thank you for sharing this moment to officiate the reporters and the Partners 28 Annual Research Workshop under the theme Pursuit for Sustainable Growth and Trade Expansion. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Repoa and its partner for the wonderful, brilliant idea for making this forum so possible here in Arusha, for making this event so exceptional. My proudest with us and told stories and the idea for the brighter future of Africa. It's humbling for me to speak today in the presence of East African member states, other regional economic communities, Pan-African Trade Regulatory Organization, international organization, and the private sector around Africa. On behalf of the government of United Republic of Tanzania, it's indeed a great honor for me to bring to you a greeting salutation from the government of the people of United Republic of Tanzania, and welcome you to this beautiful city of Arusha, the headquarters of East Africa Community and the Geneva of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, this research workshop will provide a unique opportunity for researchers and different stakeholders present to interact and share valuable business and economic informations. This workshop is about sharing knowledge, experience, and success stories. It's about building new connections. It's about shared future of current generation to come of our children and their grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, as you look to Africa, Africa is a continent of more than 1.4 billion people. The content of food abundant of natural resources, including minerals, water bodies, soil, and natural gases. The continent with full of attraction. Above all, Africa is the continent for many promising young generation for economic growth. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Africa to grow socially and economically, research and development is one of the key factors. I thank Repoa and partner for doing a lot of research and development in our country. It's obvious, working alongside people, analyzers, as well as negotiators for economic growth and poverty alleviation. We government commend Repoa and partner for an extraordinary work and the ability, as anyone can testify, the value and nobility of research contribution to the prosperity of our nation and Africa as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I know Repoa and partner have never turned down any research assignment, no matter how difficult and complicated the situation, by handling one impossible task after another for the prosperity of Africa. I know research is not an academic institution. Repoa is not an academic institution. Skills and experience and the Middle East crisis, which leads to thousands of deaths and millions of people displaced from their homes. I strongly believe research institutions, development partners, and international organizations have responsibility to find the solution for the existing challenges. I know strong institution helps others to rise up independently. I believe you will keep working effectively and passionately for the nation and for the continent of Africa. I commend Repoa and partner for their support to the government of Tanzania to the transformation of its economy through modernization of key drivers and enablers of sustainable growth, economic growth through trade, tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, and aquaculture. Ladies and gentlemen, for the purpose of achieving its goal on productive capacity and expansion of trade. The implementation, which include, among others, the education and the training policies of 2023, Investment Act 2021 to 2026, the National Environmental Management Master Plan for Strategic Interventions 2022 to 2032, to put in place policy and program into practice that unlock non-tariff barriers among African member states for the purpose of achieving vibrant growing economy. We need a free trade area, EU market, AGOA market, and the other market opportunity for sustainable growth and expansion. Above all, we need to expand our production beyond traditional way to the value-added products with a high profit margin and to strengthen our supply chain. I want to let you know, in less than 7 years to come, the Sustainable Development Goal period will end. Progress made so far on the global goal. From the economy of Tanzania has with some decline during the World Bank reclarification of 5.7 billion export to SADC region with a combined value of 2.8 billion. The government of United Republic of Tanzania and the airport, the establishment of airline country of Burundi, Rwanda, and the DRC Congo, for the adequate energy supply, the government of United Republic of Tanzania, the government of Tanzania has continued to expand and have been made on dispensaries, health centers, and the hospitals. Availability of medicine and medical equipment have significantly improved, and the livelihood of its people through clean and safe water provision, modernization of agriculture sector, livestock and fisheries sector, by allocating of production to modern methods. Ladies and gentlemen, the above REPOA itself, other of global south policy and development strategies that touch in this regard. I therefore bank Trademark Africa expectation that you will continue to contribute, continue to respond to the growth path. Practice of strengthening collaboration, REPOA and its partner, to conduct more research and continue to share research findings for the benefits of trade expansion, economic growth, and for public and private sector on how effective utilization of market opportunity available on Africa Continental Free Trade Area, EAC SADC Commercial Tripartite Agreement, EU market, AGOA market, and the other market opportunity. I urge credible, highly valuable to change mitigation commitment toward greener growth. 5, I would love to know what do you see and how these obstacles can be overcome. 6, I would like to know under what condition can Tanzania and the Africa in the evolving regional and global to know how can our Africa countries, government partners continue support REPOA and its commitment to continue implementing Tanzania reaffirm its commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, our tourist destination area include conservation area, Mount Kilimanjaro. Ladies and gentlemen, it's you constructive dialogue and
Another round of applause. We thank you for your remarks. You have to take a first from. So may I now take this opportunity, the executive, to give her key.
Good morning, and thank you so much for the introduction. I didn't mean to make such an honorable. It's a great honor to be with you today and tomorrow for this extremely important workshop. I'm very pleased the evidence of to share with you a comprehensive free nation. And it is in this context that I would like to take a look at the theme of the conference, sustainable expected to create trade. So we expect intra-Africa trade to be boosted, and very limited. It means also that if we disaggregate that trade data, we find that, as we know, we are to extremely high costs of doing business. In fact, some years ago, when the AFCFTA was announced, we did some work at Tralec to tariffs. All import duties on the continent were eliminated. And we compared that, and a lot of research in a 21st industrial policy connection, where one of the areas, the issue of subsidies, particularly government, is not an equal. Countries are disadvantaged. These are important challenges for free trade area. There's also a very pragmatic and nature. And already we have seen the addition of a protocol on digital trade. Very briefly, some of the connections of this AFCFTA agenda to our structural transformation ambition and incentivize or reduced, we can source inputs from neighboring countries or even further afield on the continent. Free trade area, there are 4. Facilitation is not just about facilitating cross-border trade, but facilitating industrialization through cross-border link, improving transparency and good governance at border posts, supports timely access to the standards agenda. There are 2 annexes on sanitary and phytosanitary issues and technical barriers to trade. Ladies and gentlemen, standards are the new frontier of barriers to trade. Standards have legitimate public policy objectives, but they are also critical to developing competitiveness. Through certification and meeting quality standards which provide assurance to the consumers or the users of those products. The services agenda, I think this is particularly important. Goods don't move on their own. And most of the economies on the continent are in fact services intensive. Services can be traded, and as a result of technology and digital, the creative economy on the continent is thriving and waiting for opportunities to expand and to deliver, not only on the continent, but globally. But services are also about trade facilitation, about transport, logistics, communication, financial services, access to the trade finance that we heard about earlier today. But services are regulatory intensive. It's important to note that there is an agenda for cooperation on regulations. I would say we need to go a step further. And I'll give you one example as to why this is the case. In transport regulations, axle load limits the carrying capacity, the loads that we can carry across our borders. We may find in some regions these are not harmonized. Ladies and gentlemen, no amount of cooperation will make 30 tons equal 40 tons if those are the axle loads on either side of the border post. But let's briefly, in the last few minutes, take a look at some of the other important protocols from an industrialization perspective. The investment protocol. This focuses on intra-African investment to promote, protect, and support cross-border investment. But it also includes an investment facilitation agenda. The reality is we need investment not only from the continent, but also from global sources. And investment facilitation improvements in governance, transparency about, for example, license applications which may be necessary to establish a commercial presence, will apply equally in the Protocol on Investment, which says the state parties agree to promote investment in renewables, transforming to green energy. Ladies and gentlemen, we find ourselves in a situation where energy crises are still common across the continent. Energy security is a foundation for any business, for trade facilitation. So this is important to think about what are the prospects. Can you imagine if all our border posts, one-stop border posts, single windows, were solar powered? We could be digitizing our border processes with such energy security. The competition protocol, ladies and gentlemen, is necessary, particularly to ensure a level play for this community of enterprises. We will not achieve an inclusive, sustainable outcome. Most of our enterprises fall in this category. Big businesses don't need our support. They will appoint a consultant who will solve the problems they have. SMMEs don't have that. Consumer protection, in my view, is not adequately covered in the AFCFTA. And this is an area which increasingly important, often linked to competition policy, but there are a few references, but simply I think we could do better. Intellectual property rights, the protocol, this is essential for industrialization, are all extreme, which is relevant, accessible to African enterprises and individuals. Individuals in the digital space who often create source code, for example. How do they protect that intellectual capital? The reality is that many innovations on the continent never reach commercialization. So funding research development through the entire value chain to commercialization, extremely important. But also support to protect intellectual property generated on the continent. Property is protected, for example, in the United Kingdom. Many other important innovations, traditional knowledge is also protected internationally, but not yet on the continent. The digital protocol, ladies and gentlemen, this opens a new reality in terms of trade governance on the continent. We are currently working on the annexes to this protocol. This is where the detail is about data protection, consumer protection, cybersecurity, about digital innovation, access to data, information. This could be, I think, a game changer. It's important for all of us, but particularly for Africa's youth. Tanzania has become a well-known hub for coding and digital innovation. It's not yet well recognized across the continent, but certainly a great deal of very important innovation in this area, right where we are today. The Women and Youth Protocol, and I think this is a particularly important one if we want an inclusive AFCFTA. As Ambassador Tinnes reminded us, it's not only the right thing to do, it makes economic sense. If more than half the population does not have access, fair access to economic opportunities, we are limiting the research agenda that we have at the Trade Law Center, and as a fellow researcher, some of our experience on trade policy. And the issue relates to a gendered value chain analysis in the AFCFTA that we've been value chain databases, UNIDO, UNCTAD, and other organizations publish databases. Pfizer. But very important, trade data and value chain data does not trade data and value chain data. We were quite limited in what we could do to understand where women's potential lies. So we had to supplement this with access to firm-level data. And of course, the World Bank Enterprise Database is the way to find out is to ask them. So we've done a survey so far across 21 African countries to be in value chains and what is holding them back. Now, some of the findings resonate with what we see in many other research. The constraints are well known. Access to finance, always working capital. It's about trade finance. It's about insurance, about a range of manifestations of finance, which still, in most cases, are access to, or access is available only through traditional forms of collateral. So a small-scale woman trader trading across from Tanzania into neighboring countries who has on her mobile phone her entire capital on her phone, is this not collateral? Border posts void border posts, ladies and gentlemen, running enormous risks in so doing. But what we found, the value chain, in other words, diversifying their economic activities in the value chain, but were limited by, for example, access to women-led businesses with them in many of the sub-regions on the continent were aiming to improve their contacts on the continent. They wanted to engage and wanted to join FTA. Agenda emerging from our discussion today and tomorrow, extremely important. It comes at not only a space of opportunity to improve the collective prospects for all of us on the continent. And I look very much forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Trudy Hardensberg, as one of our keynote speakers. She is the Executive Secretary General, Department of American, Caribbean, and Pacific States. Karibu sana, Mr. Lodge.
Thank you very much, and great to be here. Honorable ministers, excellencies, parliamentarians, panelists, distinguished researchers, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege that I stand here today representing the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. At the outset, let me just register that there is, in a sense, a link that has emerged. One where I connect Ireland, the Sridhar Ramphal Center. I see the representative, Alicia, here, being in Tanzania. And the link is this. Of countries came together because they recognized that the trade and development preferences that were awarded by the United Kingdom, also another country that acceded to the European Union in 1973, needed to be extended beyond the former colonies of France, Italy, and Belgium. And so one of the initiatives that was actually launched by Sir Sridhar Ramphal, who sadly passed away earlier this year was bringing together countries such as those in the Caribbean and Africa to form the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. And one of the leaders of that was indeed your founding father, Julius Nyerere. So in a sense, you, as rapport, you're facilitating these connections and linkages, and I'm indeed most grateful for that. I applaud Rapport for organizing this 28th edition of its annual research workshop. That in itself is a most commendable feat and attests to the organization's vision, perseverance, and leadership. In today's rapidly changing geopolitical landscape, resulting in a nascent formation of new alliances and multipolar blocs, coupled with the secular persistence of trade and development challenges, the guidance of research bodies such as Rapport and others assembled in this room, TRALAC included, and SRC, is needed more than ever. And indeed, let me also applaud Tanzania for its leadership, continued leadership within the OECPS. Earlier this year, we assembled in Dar es Salaam in September for the meeting of ministers of fisheries. And there we concluded some major policy initiatives. So again, our gratitude to the United Republic of Tanzania. This annual workshop, research workshop, is titled In Pursuit of Sustained Growth and Trade Expansion. Reference to pursuit in the title, in this title suggests that economic growth has remained elusive and new impulses are required. Therefore, this forum is timely to collectively reflect, analyze, and strategize on a shared goal that is close to the heart of Africa's future: sustainable trade and economic growth. I will seek to frame the challenge by offering a few key data points. For example, Sub-Saharan Africa accounted for 16% of the world's population in 2024, but 67% of its people living in extreme poverty. 2/3 of the world's population experiencing extreme poverty live in Sub-Saharan Africa, rising to 3/4 when including all fragile and conflict-affected countries. The persistence of extreme poverty in Africa comes in spite of continental economic growth averaging 3.5% during the period 2018 to 2023. Abundant natural resources and increased integration into regional and global value chains, the continent has the potential to earnestly boost its economic performance. The OECPS firmly believes that Africa's future prosperity lies not only in harnessing its resources, but also in advancing sustainable trade practices and inclusive growth. This requires aligning our economic ambitions with global agenda for sustainability and development of resilient economies. Let me expand on this important task by highlighting 4 key elements that are critical to achieving these goals: empowering human capital and developing a global partnership for African trade competitiveness. Achievement for the continent. It offers the potential to boost intra-African trade, reduce dependence on external markets, and create a more diversified, mentioned, around 60, potentially create a market of 1.4. If you were to aggregate that or compare that to all the global economies, that would make the African continent the 6th in that context. A World Bank study notes that an effectively implemented African continental FTA would potentially lift of up to 4 continental free trade area constitutes a significant step towards unlocking the full potential of African markets. But the journey is just beginning. Green energy showing significant promise. To reap the full benefits of the African continental free trade area, enhance infrastructure and improve regional connectivity. Most notably, trade facilitation, the promotion of digital solutions to reduce transaction costs and open new opportunities for African entrepreneurs. We salute the efforts of the RECs, the regional economic communities, that support the delivery of essential infrastructure such as roads, railways, and energy networks, all required for the smooth implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. However, specific mention is made of the cross-border infrastructure projects such as the Northern Corridor in East Africa, connecting landlocked countries to ports in Kenya, the Trans-African Highway Network involving SADC and ECOWAS, the Lobito Corridor linking DRC with Angola, but they urgently need to be scaled up. Africa's wealth of noble value chains. However, the key to long-term economic growth lies in moving beyond the being mere exporters of raw materials. Currently, Africa accounts for 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, and agriculture remains a key driver of its economy, contributing to 14% of GDP. Yet African countries continue to face challenges in moving up the value chain. For instance, although the continent is a major producer of raw cocoa, it accounts for less than 5% of the global chocolate market, highlighting the need for value addition and industrial diversification. The more compelling case for moving up the value chain is provided by critical raw materials. Rather delighted that the Norwegian ambassador mentioned that, and this was actually the workshop where one learns the use of critical raw materials. Here, with respect to critical raw materials, one immediately sees the paradox of Africa. The continent has considerable mineral wealth, particularly in inputs required for the green and digital transition. So, for example, Africa accounts for 91% of the global production of rhodium, 82% of platinum, 78% of cobalt, 62.5% of tantalum, 61% of manganese, 57% of chromium, and commodity dependence. The UNCTAD Trade and Development commodity dependent. This paradox is best exemplified by DRC, the country with 70% of global production of cobalt, and yet remains an LDC. Sorry, 1,500% by 2050. The demand for lithium used in electric vehicles, batteries, and energy storage is expected to increase 12-fold by 2030 and increase 89-fold by 12-fold by 2030 and 89-fold by 2050. It is in this context that we at the OECPS crafted a position paper on critical raw materials. And we recognize the imperative that the secular demand for critical raw materials should not herald another commodity rush in Africa. Commodity dependence essentially means we're failing to adequately capture value from our resources and reduce the persistent underdevelopment. Hence, the challenge of this position paper is the internalization that critical raw materials are value chains, with linkages to various other sectors in the economy, mostly renewable energy, health, education, skills training, electrification, feedstocks for agriculture, and institutional support. Africa's lithium holdings, resulting in the production of lithium-based batteries that serve to deliver electricity to towns and villages via mini-grids. Another example of the literal power of viewing critical raw materials comes from recognition that any thrust towards industrialization requires sustainable, cost-effective, and reliable power generation. IRENA estimates Africa's renewable energy potential at over 10 terawatts of solar power, 350 gigawatts of hydroelectric energy, 10 gigawatts of wind, and more than 20 gigawatts of geothermal power. As Carlos Lopez recently advised, this massive potential in renewable energy could also spur the manufacture of green hydrogen, and in turn green ammonia, and ultimately green carbon fertilizers that can fuel the food supply chains. Circular economy. By incorporating environmentally sound practices into African production processes, natural resources are protected, but also competitive advantage can be leveraged in a global marketplace marked by increasing demand for sustainable goods and services. By investing in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and responsible mining, we can build resilient economies that withstand global market shocks while creating decent jobs for our people. Public-private partnerships will create a crucial role in this transformation. We must continue to foster innovation, invest in local content development, and encourage responsible entrepreneurship that prioritizes environmental and social governance principles. Additionally, strengthening our small and medium-sized enterprises and connecting them to regional and global markets will ensure that the benefits of global trade is increasingly characterized by services that are embedded in merchandise goods. This is a term that we call servification. One valuable example of this phenomenon was cited in the 2015 African Competitiveness Report that claimed that 83% of the value of Ethiopian roses sold in the Netherlands are services. 83% of the value of a physical product are actually services. And therefore, I invite you moving merchandise goods. Important that is, but I think we also need to develop the regulators and, of course, develop primary backbone services such as banking, insurance, electricity distribution, and telecommunication to boost trade competitiveness. Let me swiftly turn to the third area, which is empowering Africa's human capital. The potential for innovation and entrepreneurship is immense. The continent's labor force is expected to surpass 1 billion by 2035, making it larger than China's and India's combined. However, for African economies to thrive, gaps in education, skills development, and access to capital, is placing it at over 40% in some countries. This gap highlights compete in the education service sustainable research bodies such as RAPOA should review the results of the Africa-Europe Alliance for Investment and Jobs. This initiative, launched in 2018 under the Juncker presidency of the European Commission, reflects the bloc's flagship policy initiative to the then emerging migration crisis. Key elements of that initiative were promoting African skills development, strengthen dialogue and cooperation with African partners on business and investment FTA, building on existing trade, enhancing intra-African connectivity and strategic linkages between Africa and the EU. 44 billion euros in investment by 2020. Has this materialized? And if so, what lessons can be distilled? Donald Amari. Empowering young people, sources of entrepreneurship and dynamism. Women in Africa remain underrepresented in the formal economy, providing the support services such as access to creche and care facilities, and removing. The fourth area in the global partnership for trade competitiveness. The OECPS remains proud of its long-standing relationship and partnership with the European Union. In essence, a two-tiered legal construct has emerged. One where general priorities and approaches are enumerated at the all-ACP level, clear articulation. In the African Regional Protocol, the economies, extractive industries and processing, digital economy, and tourism. Means crafting flanking measures and support intervention, supporting business development, skills training, in implementing the African Regional Protocol. And this policy framework article, and here criticality revised. One key plank of this concluded with DRC, Namibia, Rwanda, and Zambia to secure access to critical raw materials. We posit the view that these strategic partnerships constitute a coherent and synergetic approach to trade partnership worth replicating to the EU Global Gateway, launching these EU strategic. These are cooperation to advance and facilitate transfer of technology and capacity building to enforce regulatory capacity and convergence. It's about, however, it might be worth a concrete means of supporting that of strengthening our preferences. Presentation at the UNCTAD trade and the following proposals. This in terms of complementing environment, administer business, effective consultative mechanisms towards goods, and the market. I would recommend developing countries access to important member of GSPs primarily. These of the much needed trade and development future of Africa is glorious and partnerships at every level and prosperity of the continent. Let us remain work alongside for Africa. Together, we can turn this vision.
Thank you to Mr. Junior Lodge for that keynote at the high table, for your patience and attention. We'll be taking a break shortly. Wikipedia of the Mr.
Jafo, Minister of Industry, ambassadors, and also the leadership from various institutions here, include particularly ladies and gentlemen. Many of you would expect encyclopedia to be a book in the agricultural sector, coming from SACOT. And my duty right now, conscious of the fact that I'm standing between the morning session and the tea break, I'll be very brief. To continuous commitment of the government of Tanzania in support to the work that REPOA is doing and beyond continent, from the various the support that this is, particularly the countries of Norway, including Denmark, that have been decision making. You'll agree with me, it is required now, is increasingly becoming relevant. See mentioning Dr. Mkindi, but also the speech and the contribution from my brother El Bariki here from Trademark Africa. And now here I'll mention two keynote speakers, my brother Junior Lodge Port. And it is full. And in addition to that, the speeches that we have heard from the leadership, particularly from the minister, will definitely be basis for further research and see how we can internalize that and domesticate that knowledge in order to allow Tanzania and East Africa to be competitive. The message from Ambassador, recognizing the reforms that have taken place, but also the challenges that are still available in the areas of business environment. For us who are coming from the agricultural sector, we know Tanzania, Zambia, and Mozambique globally, which is in Africa, to sit, deliberate, and agree, and then afterwards, we go and walk the talk. I conclude my presentation, that many of you might not be knowing what SACOT is. SACOT is actually an area within Tanzania, and my institution is facilitating that area, which is a breadbasket region for Tanzania. What we have done in SACOT, together with many, 3 corridors of Tanzania. So maybe the agricultural to the Eastern African regions. So I thank you, REPOA, for great work that is continuing in transforming our economies and our sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kirenga, for the vote of thanks. Of the Secretariat building, we will have ushers from EALA as well as REPOA to direct you all. And I've been informed also in the marquees that are set up outside, but some of our dignitaries will be directed to another station there for the break. Before we get out, I would like to also inform you that immediately after, it's supposed to be 15 minutes, but hopefully we'll have our first plenary right here. Secretary of the East African Business Council, Ms. Flavian Busingye, from the EAC, Director of Customs, Culture Exporters Association, Investment, Kigali Heights, Alicia Nichols, Junior Trade Research Fellow from Consultant with Energy Cards and Technical Advisor to the Petroleum Upstream Regulatory Authority, PURA Board. I just want them to be. May we please, after the tea, understand the importance. We reconvene here at 12 on the dot. The plenary session will begin. Do you have an announcement? Oh, okay, Vincent, please, quickly.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So as we disembark, I would also request members would request you to reserve the photo booth for the media interviews thereafter. You're welcome.
A groundbreaking book, reality, reality. Continue promoting it as the primary perpetrators of violence against women, deeply rooted cultural practices for the women, respected as cultural custodians of this they too are with us. If we don't promote the tradition, the identity will be lost. The societal structure promotes it. The rituals is unbearable and women often told that it is their duty, and this is what makes them. To be a woman, you must be able to endure the goal is not only to eliminate and promote gender equality. Remember, the legislation of the country, Tanzania, the university, even though it's legislation of the country promote social justice, for example, the practice of human property, it is not recognized in the marriage law of Tanzania. I think that is where abuse, discrimination, truly, we always truly becomes part of the point of our traditions. In the heart of the left untold, a story of resilience and struggle, of tradition and change. This is the story of women and women violence in Tanzania. A groundbreaking book, Women and Women Violence, Current Realities and Future Directions, uncovers the harsh realities faced by women in the lakes and regions of Mara and Mwanza, where traditions like female genital cutting, needle placing rituals, and Nyumbandogo marriages still prevail. I felt that after listening to their narratives, motivating factor for the continue promoting it. To see men as the primary perpetrators of violence against women, but research shows that women are both victims and perpetrators with deeply rooted cultural practices. Although a woman respected as cultural custodians, perform these rituals often under the pressure of maintaining social order and economic stability. It's boring because they too are freedom. If we don't promote the tradition, the identity will be lost. The societal structure promotes it. The pain of the rituals is unbearable, and women are often told that it is their duty, and it is what makes them worthy in the eyes of the community. They have to, first of all, they have to please the society. To be a woman, you must be able to endure certain things.
This book advocates for empowering women through education and advocacy. The goal is not only to eliminate the practice, but also to cultivate a new understanding of women's rights and promote gender equality.
I recommend that the legislation of the country, of Tanzania, to be revisited. Even though the legislation recognizes customary rights, for example, with the practice of woman porn, it is not recognized in the marriage law of Tanzania. And I think that is where abuses, discrimination will be found. And widow blessing too, if the law doesn't protect the widow fully, will always be violated.
As we look towards the future, let's remember the voices of these women and the courage it takes to challenge the status quo. Together, we can build a world where every woman is free to live without fear, where knowledge truly becomes power, with a hope for a future where women's dignity and rights are upheld, free from the constraints of harmful traditions. In the heart of Tanzania, beneath the serene landscapes and vibrant cultures, lies a story often left untold. A story of resilience and struggle, of tradition and change. This is the story of women and women violence in Tanzania. A groundbreaking book, Women and Women Violence in Tanzania, Current Realities and Future Directions, uncovers the harsh realities faced by women in the lakes and regions of Mara and Mwanza, where traditions like female genital cutting, widow slavery rituals, and Nyumbantogo marriages still prevail.
I felt that after listening to your narratives, motivating factor for the continuity of these offensive practices is, first of all, fear. Because they will tell you that the ancestors did it. So fear enters it. And they do everything to continue promoting it.
To see men as the primary perpetrators of violence against women, but research shows that women don't only become both victims and perpetrators in these deeply rooted cultural practices. Although women respected as cultural custodians of whom these rituals often under the pressure of maintaining social order and economic stability.
This fear is going because they too are afraid of. If they don't promote their tradition, their identity will be lost. The societal structure promotes it.
The pain of the rituals is unbearable, but women are often told that it is their duty, and it is what makes them worthy in the eyes of the community.
First of all, you have to please the society. To be a human, you must be able to endure certain things.
This book advocates for empowering women through education and advocacy. The goal is not only to eliminate these harmful practices, but also to cultivate a new understanding of women's rights and promote gender equality.
I recommend that the legislation of the country, Tanzania, to be revisited. Even though the legislation recognizes customary rights, it falls short to intervene or to have the promote social justice. For example, with the practice of woman porn, it is not recognized in the marriage law of Tanzania. And I think that is where abuse, discrimination will be found. And with widow blessing too, if the law doesn't protect the widow fully, will always be violated.
As we look towards the future, let's remember the voices of these women and the courage it takes to challenge the status quo. Together, we can build a world where every woman is free to live without fear, where knowledge truly becomes power, with a hope for a future where women's dignity and rights are upheld, free from the constraints of harmful traditions. In the heart of Tanzania, beneath the serene landscapes and vibrant cultures, lies a story often left untold. a story of resilience and struggle, of tradition and change. And this is the story of women and women violence in Tanzania. A groundbreaking book, Women and Women Violence in Tanzania, Current Realities and Future Directions, uncovers the harsh realities faced by women in the lakes or regions that mar and prevail.
I felt that after listening to their narratives, motivating factor for the continuity of these offensive practices is first of
who were with us before the tea break. And because of time and without further ado, may I invite Mr. Adrian Jau, Executive Secretary of East African Business Council, a discretionary power to reduce them to 8 minutes so that we can keep up with time. Thank you. Karibu Bwana Jau.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers. I think good afternoon, everyone. Okay, as the minister said, my role is very simple, where I'm going to give some reflection on the keynotes addressed from our key note speakers. And I will start with Dr. Truth from Tralac, who actually focus on our Africa Continental Free Trade Area, can also promote Africa industrialization apart from promoting free trade area. Her focus was intra-Africa trade, which currently we are being told is at 16% in terms of share. We expect actually to grow significantly. But also she saw that if the share is 16%, it means the remaining 84% we are trade with the rest of the world. And that can be an opportunity for Africa to expand the trade. And also she pointed out that we mainly in Africa are depending on commodities, especially agricultural products, minerals, which also has some challenges. And some of these challenges is where you find that there is a price volatility, and also when you have a global shock, we face a lot of challenges. I think that is one of the challenges. But also, when you look, for example, the commodities, especially the mineral ones, you find the value addition is not taking place in Africa. So we don't trade when it's come to extractive industry. We trade manufacturing good, a little bit, which is around 15%, but the other commodity is around 70%. She talked of the need when we are talking of expansion of Africa in trade, where we need to address the cost of doing business. And you find that under Africa Continental Free Trade Area, when we are talking of liberalization, where we need to remove tariff, she gave a very good example, where, for example, if we manage to reduce 20% time transit, we can have a greater welfare for our citizen, which will come from trade. So she actually emphasized where the free trade area will promote industrialization. And the industrialization she was talking about is a quality industrialization, where we'll have a quality employment, where we'll make sure that we have inclusive development, where we'll have a food security for all, and make sure that it becomes sustainable and inclusive development. But also, she put emphasis the need to link trade and industrial policy. And she highlighted, for example, under WTO, we are still grappling with the issue of subsidy, where development country actually needed to continue putting some subsidy, because under global trade, we are saying there is no country with developed countries. And that is one of the area which the African country need to focus. And also she emphasized, for example, when you look least developed countries are more in Africa. And when you are talking of this LDC country, for example, in EAC, out of the 8 EAC partner states, you find almost 4 countries are landlocked country. We are talking of Burundi, we are talking of Rwanda, we are talking of Uganda as a landlocked country. We are talking of Republic of South Sudan, but also a large part of DRC, you can, especially the eastern part, you can consider as landlocked country. But also, she emphasized where we have some annexes under Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which can promote industrialization. And one of these annexes is a trade facilitation, which apart from facilitating cross-border trade, but also can promote industrialization by allow access of input for those industry. But also it talk about the standard, which are very important in terms, apart from being public objective, but also they needed to promote the industrialization in our region. But also she talk about the SPS and TBT, technical barrier to trade. But she went ahead and talking about services, which we have a protocol on trading services and Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And we think service is become very important in terms of actually having some of the service sector, which we think we can trade and we can boost our revenue. In the financial sector, we are talking of the banking, which we think are very important. But also when you look, for example, under Africa Continental Free Trade Area, they have actually identified 5 priority service sector which Africa country can start liberalization. And these are very important, but also service, apart of being important itself, they can facilitate industrialization. The good example, for example, the other speaker was talking about when you look at the export of roses from Ethiopia, 84% is from the services. So you find even the manufactured goods, you find large part of the value of the goods are embedded, a service value embedded. So it is very important also we focus on services. But also she focused, she highlight the regulation on trading services, where we needed to harmonize some of our trade policy, like Axolotl, in order to allow the free movement of goods across the region.
Mr. Jai, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Another area was intellectual property, the digital protocol, and also making sure that we make the Africa trade inclusive by including women in trade. Another speaker, Mr. Lodge Jr., actually was talking about, maybe I highlight the critical raw materials, which you find, for example, in Africa, we have abundant of this magnesium. And he raw material export them without adding value. We need to make sure that these critical raw materials, they are adding value in Africa and they benefit Africa. But also another area is Africa renewable potential, where we can have a green industrialization, which we think that will make Africa more development. So also he focused on needing to empower women entrepreneurs in Africa to create considerable economic growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. quite easy for the assignment that you've been given to reflect, to make a reflection of keynote address. Definitely, you had to be a most attentive participants to listen to every keynote speaker so that you can do your work better. And I know 8 minutes might not be enough, but because we are running out of time, I apologize for that. Dear participants, one announcement. There is the translation facilities. If you are in need of a translation to your beautiful language, you can follow through very well. So you are afforded with that. We thank you again, Mr. Njau, for that key reflections, and I believe we have taken a leave. I want to come back to you, Mr. Carrera, and opportunity. The question that I want to ask you is on the strategies moving forward. But before you answer that, may you share your experiences on the challenges and opportunities that are available, particularly in this region and the continental at large, on how we can expand the trade in Africa, and also how we can effectively
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and all delegates here. Thank you, first of all, CEO Report, for inviting me to speak to this interesting audience. And I thank Tralak and our colleague from the Caribbean and Pacific Organization for the exciting remarks you made. My personal experience is interesting. First of all, I am Pan-Africanist. Two, I am a student of Mzee Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. And some of his teaching still to live his vision. I think we should start there. We have failed to live the vision of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere. Why have we failed? Airlines like we have today, but yet, what they fixed at that time, we still work on that. I want to believe they are the ones who left this building here. So many years later, look at where we are. And I want to take this, Honorable Minister, to you and colleagues in this room and policymakers and everybody. Today, if we wanted to make a change, how could we be in such a building? I don't know how many of you appreciate this building. And I'm sorry to share very frankly that we cannot be in 2024 in this kind of building. This is a result of poor ways of trading. Look at it. You went to the washrooms. You saw the taps we are using. How can we be turning a tap, supposing we had a sickness or something? How can we keep our hygiene in that kind of... Look at this giant building. What does this show? We members of this community have failed to raise sufficient funds to keep the officers here working, let alone think. I tried to sit with my colleague, Mheshimiwa Jackie, there. We couldn't fit on one table. Look at this. Just look at this carpet has been here for the last 25 years or more. Look at this. So this just is an indicator that we actually have failed. Look at the auditoriums where they receive us in Europe. It's all chairs are turning and they are conditioned. Look at us and our tables and our carpet. What does this signify? In my view, it signifies failure from number one, that we are happy and comfortable to be satisfied with nothing. How can you be satisfied with this? With these washrooms? With this kind of wall? Look. We can't afford to do this. So where does then that should take us? My experience is that I have seen countries grow. I have seen the European countries grow very seriously, exponentially. I have seen African countries failing. Why are we failing? Because I think somebody used to say, one of the old students of Nyerere, they used to say that we are poor because we are poor. You probably want to understand what that means. We are poor in the head, and the result is we are poor in our material requirements. Because our heads have refused to think. And we should be thinking big. So where I come from, and in my head, what I think is we should have a complete mindset change. Shift where we are, stop appreciating nothing to appreciating something. How can we appreciate nothing? Back to what you asked me, Honorable Minister.
Excuse me, Mr. Dennis Carrara. They're asking sound. They cannot hear you. They want you to hold the microphone closer.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So even that is a challenge, eh? Because ordinarily, I shouldn't be holding a microphone.
Of course.
There should be one here.
Yeah.
That's their complaints I talked about. This kind of room.
But is that not an opportunity then?
That provides an opportunity. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Where the facility providers for this kind of thing. But where will they store them anyway if we are still in this kind of building? Where the facility? So anyway, what the strategy?
But Mr. Kerera, to put it on record before you proceed with your remarks,
you,
and I believe I really love we go back to the theme and the topic that we have been saying. This building has been inaugurated, officially opened during Mkapa era. So it's not even Nyerere era. So maybe they walk on the paths of Mwalimu and the fellows, but it was, during the rest, you can call it recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. However, that doesn't qualify it as a good building. Now, that is even worse. That is even worse. I actually wish you maintain that is Nyerere era, then we go by that. Because bringing it to Mkapa era is even worse.
So what you would say is the key strategy now for the successful trade expansion, particularly the sub-Saharan Africa?
Reflections to what I'm saying. Yeah. What the first and most important thing is to build and enhance on regional value chains.
Okay.
Today we have so much production in Tanzania and a lot of land unutilized. But what changes are we making to improve what we're doing? So there's clear lack of value chains. We should be taking our people out of poverty. Because we cannot all afford to produce flowers like Madam Jackie here does. We can't. But who does the transport? Who adds value? Who sells the the flowers on the other side? What other products come from these flowers? What are we doing about it? And yet we complain about unemployment, but value chains is one key aspect that will provide needs. If you didn't know, we need 200 pairs of shoes every month. East Africa. 200 pairs of shoes. I don't know how many of you are in hands and skins. But we produce zero.
You mean 200
rather 600,000 pairs every month. East every month. Including the latest shoes people like to wear. So where is the problem? 600,000 pairs needed. Now, and all this would be providing employment and improving business. The other key aspect that I think is critical is this basket that tells us product availability on the continent. And where can I sell my product on the continent? Today, if you ask our people in Mtwara, down south, and do Malians know that they invest in information technology to have this and we can provide.
What could be the government role now to unlock all those potentials to the business community, to the people? Do you think any role the government can play that could sustainably make sure that the trade is thriving and expanding within Africa?
Of course. And I'm glad and I expected a question from the minister. Being a minister, he's looking at the role of governments.
I'm actually a chairman of the session.
Exactly, yeah. But from governments, I think what you can do, provide sufficient and proper functioning policy frameworks for us to operate as the private sector.
Okay.
The largest part, of course, is with the private sector. Availability. This is not through the post office, the traditional post office. This should be. But today, in this region, we have not yet completed a thorough arrangement of having a one-area network. Can you imagine? As I speak here, my WhatsApp was switched off immediately I landed on air at the airport. So I'm waiting for the Wi-Fi connection here. Why do I switch it off? Because it is damn expensive. Why? Because countries have refused to have a harmonized one-area network. Make it easier for us to communicate. Very simple. Make it easy for us to communicate. So governments come in, remove those taxes, remove the challenges. The more you hold on this small money you are collecting from Dennis because of talking, because you are charging the regulator, you are the regulator, you are charging the service providers a lot of money, just remove that. The amount of money I will spend here, while I'm here, is a lot more than the little money they enjoy from this service space. Let me tell you, today is my third day here, waiting for this meeting, this workshop. My third day. Why? Because I could not come yesterday. I could not fly in this morning. Because the alternative was for me to go through Addis Ababa, to leave Kigali, to go to Addis Ababa, and come to Kigali. Can you imagine? Why are we at this? So the only and best way to improve trade, look at what the US does. Look at what they do in the Caribbean. You fly quicker and fly a lot more. Can we have airspace liberalized? And let me tell you where the issue is stuck. This matter is stuck at the policy level.
Great.
We have been here in Honorable Minister when directives of the summit. The summit has directed that the airspace be liberalized. That it was 8 years ago. Today we are still flying for $800 from Kigali to Arusha. $800. You go to Nairobi, same amount.
That is more expensive than traveling from Tanzania to Dubai.
To Dubai.
Yeah.
This is us in Africa. Where is it stuck? Because policymakers, heads of state at the highest level, I was there. They agreed that liberalize airspace so that any flight can come into Arusha and out and Zanzibar.
Mr. Carrera,
Yes.
I quite agree with you.
So let me leave that aside.
Okay.
Take
I
over.
want to shift that. I want us to get a Caribbean experience. Caribbean area, we have sustained trade expansion toward the global north. Is there any experience that sub-Saharan African can do, Alessia, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And if you'll indulge me, I'm coming after a very dynamic presentation here. But first, let me thank the organizers and your team, Dr. Mamari at RIPOA. And thank you, of course, ASG Lodge for the kind invitation as well. And I bring greetings on behalf of my director at the SRC, Dr. Janive Remy, who would have loved to be here, but she knew it was so important that even if she wasn't here, she had to sign someone from her center. So you guys are stuck with me. Sorry. So the SRC is the Caribbean's leading trade policy training institute, and I'll explain why I'm talking about this in a minute when I get back to your question, Mr. Chair, with regard to international trade. And so it was really important for us to come here, not just to share these experiences and learn from you guys as well. Before I get specifically to your question, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to mention that people always speak about the Caribbean, and in this context, I'm speaking about the Caribbean. There's a wider correct. Yes, there's been expansion of trade in the Caribbean to the global north, but I think once you go behind the figure, well aware is that oil boom from Guyana. Another thing is that most Caribbean countries are actually services-based waters like Guyana, Suriname, Trinidad. Services highly integrated into the global economy, but most of that level of trade openness, if you look at it, is more so in terms of our import. We want to sugarcoat things and make it seem as though we've been super successful at this. I just want to thing is that 1 second, right. So another thing is that with regard to the products, so CARICOM as a collective, the main exports would be crude petroleum, ammonia, gold, petroleum gas, and refined petroleum, right? Barbados, for instance, our main good export is actually rum, right? Not petroleum, so Trinidad, etc. Another thing is with regard to our trading partners. So we do have a lot of trade agreements, and the UK left the EU due to Brexit. So we have those two EPAs, and we were the first region to have an EPA with the EU. Nearby countries. So for example, we have trade agreements with Colombia, with Costa Rica, with Venezuela, the trade arrangements with the US. So similar to how you guys have AGOA, we have the Caribbean Basin Initiative with the US. So we've been able to, has not been very high. But here is one thing where there's been some success. It has been improving because of the capacity building that has been done. So we have this real building capacity of our firms, our SMEs, particularly women SMEs, to help them not just understand these trade agreements, but also say that could be taken away. It would be that, this capacity building. The second one would be in terms of education. So we in the Caribbean, I think we have, for a small region, we have a wide cadre of trade experts. We have one right here. ASG Lodge, not to put you on the spot. We have one right here. We have several others. And many of them, not ASG Lodge, but graduate from my center's Master's in International Trade Policy program. So having that cadre of trade professionals who could go into your trade ministries, who could work in your business support organizations, who could work in your regional organizations, those helped us. And lastly, because I know time is of
No, no,
the
I just want, I'll give you some few minutes, but I just want also, as you wrap up, may you touch on two things. You're talking about the trade agreement that you have with EU, with US and other region and other neighboring country. How does those arrangements helped, particularly in dealing with the supply chain constraints and create a best value chain, but also if you can share on the best practices that sub-Saharan regions can also learn from your
but recently, because of the supply chain issues, you're seeing a lot more sourcing from Latin America. So for example, Panama as an aggregate is now one of our major markets, right? We don't have a trade agreement per se with several Latin American countries. In addition to that, because of the supply chain issues, not just coming out of COVID, retailers sourcing from Latin America. Anecdotally, if you go into supermarkets, I could certainly say in Barbados, you're seeing a lot more Latin American products, etc. In terms of the best practices, as I mentioned, I talked about the export promotion, I talked about capacity building, I talked about trade agreement. You're going to have marketing. And I will also say the regional approach that we've taken. Regionalism is very important for us. I mean, yes, we have our challenges. We do have our challenges. But at the regional level, trade issues are discussed. There's a lot of momentum towards wanting to expand on, or deepen rather, the regional projects. So we're moving towards a CARICOM single market and economy, people to flow, but also investment, among other things. And that certainly would be useful in terms of global value chains, etc. So that would be my some lessons learned, and I'm happy to expand on them as we go on through the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I want to turn back to Mr. Klembe. You have a vast experience in the energy sector. And from your profile, we have read that you have been a consultant as well. Energy sector is one of the sector that Tanzania is now starting, with explorations of gas, but there's been a fear, among Tanzanians and also other countries in the regions, on how we can use energy sector to expand, and if you have any strategies you might think of that we can utilize or you can apply to expand our trade within the regions and globally as well, using the energy sector. If you can share a light, particularly on petroleum sector, if you can share any view and experience on that. And also, if all time, I'll ask another questions based on your answer. Please, Karibu.
Thank you, Chair. It's a good question. Maybe I should declare my interest before I move on. I'm an explorationist, petroleum exploration geologist. When I see exploration is not taking place, my heart suffers. And my country, that is Zanzibar and the mainland, exploration have almost come to a stop. You might as well help me why, as my chair. But my feeling is that we need to streamline. We need to look for more oil and gas. We now have discovered a lot of gas in our own terms. It's not a lot. And we seem to that our countries are coordinating countries, Tanzania, the United States Republic of Tanzania, as well as the neighboring countries. We are not coordinated. Mozambique have a lot of gas. Kenya is looking for oil and gas, as well as Uganda, but we are not coordinated. Just like my colleague, President Speaker, there is no coordination. There is no trust. We don't trust each other. If a cruise ship was in Tanzania, that same cruise ship cannot go into Kenya easily. There are so many protocols that it could be even easier to. So we are stuck, and I need to see my country doing more than what we have currently doing. We have stopped exploration for the past in Tanzania, for instance, for the past almost 12 years. From 2012, the last company came in my country in 2012. And nothing is going on. We are sitting in a Russian company to come up with a plan to exploit the gas that we have discovered. It's taking centuries. It's very painful. You as a minister, please come on to this and let's do something so we have our country moving on.
Thank you. Participants, your chair is crucified here. But Mr. Klembe, what would be your response to a call of one of our keynote speakers this morning that maybe we should not rush? You said you are energy expansionist. You want to see things expand and moving fast. But we've also received a call that we should not rush. What will be your response to that call?
That's, I don't know, we may have different perspectives. We began exploration, we began looking for oil and gas in our countries in the 50s. So what would be defined as rush?
Yeah. There'll be a slot for participants. Just hold on. And I know that call comes from you. Okay, so you it's very subjective, the rushings and.
I think it's subjective.
Okay.
I don't know how many years you spent and you're told you're moving on the right path. And now, actually, we wait even longer than what is in the place today. We'll be told that don't use your natural gas because it's, again,
it's finishing.
We are now in it's a health hazard, climate change. So don't use it. But all the world has used natural gas and oil to the position where they are today.
Is it the same case like subsidies? Subsidies in the agricultural sector?
Yeah. So if we don't make it use today, we may never use it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be taught to renewable energy, just polluting. But then they're doing even more than what they used to do. They know the others, the countries that are developed, they use the natural gas and oil to develop their countries. So do we have to wait longer than we already are waiting?
But yeah, sure. I will. But just the last one to Mr. Klembe. And as you know, the purpose of this workshop is also to keep the policymakers informed. And most of you are researchers, the consultants, and I want to save the government from responding to your question here. What is now your suggestions and your your comment to the government on the speed that you are very much concerned that we are not moving forward, we are not expanding?
what now should be the government interventions immediately and in the midterm?
If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, then, please allow me to talk about
Call to the regions as well. Yeah.
because you are asking. I'm pleased to have two laws of looking for oil in one country. Those investors are wondering which law now are they going to use. We have almost one investor to come to the country, said country, and without knowing which legal frame is going to be used. So, my, again, very humbly request for our policymakers to listen to some efforts. It's a very challenging. You go to Mozambique, they're doing a lot of work. You go to Ghana, they're doing work. You come back to my country, there we are. We are again not rushing.
Can you explain that more? I mean, participants will be really interested to hear. You said about two laws. Can you please unpack that? Because, you know, we have members from different regions, from different areas, you know, not only Tanzanians.
Okay, historically, we've been exploring for oil and gas as one country. But in 2015, for independent laws, the mainland can explore on its own allowed areas, and Zanzibar will have its own. But we do not have demarcations. We don't know where Tanzania mainland extends into Zanzibar and Zanzibar extends into the mainland. We are sharing the same continental shelf, and then Zanzibar have its own land. Supposedly, it's very difficult for. I have been working in the industry, including having a chance to work for international companies within the country, and I've listened to what they think. It's very difficult. I think you have had a licensing. I haven't heard much about it. We are planning to have our own licensing round. We are facing these difficulties. Where is the demarcation?
I fully understand where you're heading to, and if we deep dive into that, we are going to be more political, and are going to have a discussions. I'm going to have a sideline discussion with that, constitutionally and politically. Now, before I come back, I think I have a few minutes to wrap up this session. Mr. Carrera has something to share, and then I will invite the audience to
Much, Honorable Minister. I think to be fair to my colleague, he's been tasked very heavily to speak from the heart in front of his minister and chair. It's a difficult one. I'd rather that question was put to the Caribbean or to Rwanda. There we are protected. But clearly, to complement on what he was saying, we lack coordination and we choose not to be coordinated. It is by choice. How can you tell me Zanzibar and mainland are failing to know the demarcation? What does it take? It takes no ceremony. You know, we're getting interested in ceremonies. It takes no ceremony for the head of state. It takes a call or a WhatsApp message, Mheshimiwa Rais, hii tutatue namna gani? Si kesho tunaweza. Basi wafanyakazi waende pale wapita hapa na hapa. Uamuzi moja. One instruction and it will be done.
Not as easy as you might think.
Okay. This is as far as a man from the private sector thinks. But let me tell you the more interesting thing about the coal that somebody suggested that, are you not rushing? And I'll tell you this. I was thinking of the best word to describe anybody saying you are not rushing, and I would think such a call would be a satanic call. In 2024, somebody cannot tell us we are rushing. Honestly, no, it can't. And again, if we want to go, Chinua Achebe said, if we want to go far, we go together. Go together. If you want to go quickly, go alone. Now, if we want to go far in oil and exploration, by the way, every country is doing something. Uganda is doing something. Tanzania is doing something. Zanzibar something. Rwanda, there is something in Lake Kivu. I'm sure Burundi is thinking of something. Supposing we move together, where would we be? Let me give you a practical experience of this whole thing of moving, or rather slow movement. 20 years ago, IMF told Rwanda, and the intention was to kill, and I'm glad I'm speaking to the tourism minister.
No, I'm a trade and industrial developer.
Okay, I'm sure tourism falls somewhere close to you.
But
now,
we treated
in
tourism
order to get tourism stunted for this region, tourism stunted. Tourism is one of the biggest, is the strongest income earner, forex earner in Rwanda. I'm sure he contributes a large percentage. I'm sure he does for Zanzibar.
Correct.
Now, in order to get it started, IMF told Rwanda, don't build hotels. You're committing suicide. You are poor. You're only emerging from problems. Don't build hotels. You are misusing center for MICE, meetings, incentives. Let's become that part of that MICE incentives, MICE strategy. Now, supposing we had gone slow, according to IMF, where would we be today? Where would we be? So your hotels in Zanzibar.
Correct.
Spending our mind. These speeches, as I conclude here.
Yeah. Ask you to hold your conclusive remarks because I'll give you time for that. Now, let me invite my audience. You have heard from my panelists their perspectives and views on how we can, take these trade expansion issues successfully, strategically, from different sectors, from energy, from aviation, from learning from other regions what they've done. Now I'm inviting remarks from the audience, and because of the time, allow me to take at least 4 hands of remarks. And then once you stand, please introduce yourself, where you come from, and be short and precise. If you have a question, tell us to whom you are directing your question. If you have a remarks, just be brief, and then we will hear from you. Please. Kay, I'm starting with this first hand, and then going there to Mama, and then I come here, and then the last one will be that corner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make one brief comment. The reference that I made earlier was that the heavy demand for critical raw materials should not result with. Allow me to supplement Alicia's remarks, because I think it is interesting to look at the Caribbean also as an exercise in governance. There is indeed a commodity boom in Guyana driven by oil exports, but in my view, the far more interesting country to look at in the Caribbean is the Dominican Republic, from the use of the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement. Why is that the case? For 2 reasons. One, because they had previously a trade agreement with the United States, which in order to implement that agreement, they knew that they needed to implement a whole series of economic reforms. So that's the first, economic reforms. The second is they use their considerable envelope of development support from that. Although we universally recognize the power of regional integration, in the case of the Dominican Republic, their economic growth might actually be triggered by not being part. I would throw this question to not only Alicia, but also other think tanks that are assembled here, which is in terms of how governance commenting was triggered by the comment made by Mr. Carrera, I think.
All right.
Because in the case of the Caribbean, and just one final point, there is also, but also as consumers inhabiting a domestic space need to be more demanding on our to review them regularly and to see where the block where the block holes are and drive that process.
Alerting us to have a look at.
Beneficiary of research funding.
I see my participants are,
Introduce myself, and I just want to argue towards the issue of not rushing to exploration. Honorable Chair, if possible, let Tanzania define, let us be objective and define, and what should we do, or what will we be doing to put those things in place. And when they are there, we will be ready now and will not be in hurry towards that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I didn't expect the chairman to be asked, but the rushing and hurrying things has been well cleared and dispensed. That's what it means. But I mean, for your questions, mzee hapa amesema rushing is very subjective. It's depend on where we are, but there's a lot of things involved, the skill set, technology, what do we need to have in place so that we can explore. What the purpose of exploring? Do we want to explore and export, or we want to explore and do the value additions here? It depends on the country, but as far as I know, the country's vision is to, emphasize on the value additions, of whatever we are exploring. So, guest of honor would really respond to your questions very strategically. Now, we go here, back here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Musamali. I'm a member of IARA from Uganda. Mr. Chair, allow me to associate myself with either anger or strong concern by Mr. Carrera and Elias. Is it Elias? I think Africans, we need to be whipped. Exactly. We need to be whipped to wake up and to speed up. The other one is just a quick one, because we talked about human capacity, developing human capacity. I want this audience to recognize, he has already been recognized, but just for my case, Professor Rwekaza Mkandala is one of those mentors of mine. He helped to mentor me at Uongozi Institute in Dar es Salaam. And here I am, professor. I represent Uganda in the East African Parliament. About the way I have understood it, that for us, potential that we have, we need to get out of the box where we have been sleeping or hiding. Because we have the potential, but our problem, and Mr. Minister, you have already exhibited it, our problem has also been the politics, the political will. We come up with, what are you going to talk about? Why you don't want us to talk about it? Unaficha nini? Yes, we should get colonialism and neocolonialism. By the way, it's not going to end. It has been here. It only changes form, but the substance remains the same. So now the issue of hiding behind colonialism and what? By the way, even America itself was colonized. And where is it now? So let us promote our integration, but with commitment on the side of the politicians, those who are in government as presidents and ministers, and with the members of parliament, both national and regional. Because, for example, Honorable Minister and Chairman, we members of IARA, we have passed bills here, several bills, to facilitate free trade in East Africa. But again, when it comes to implementation, a bureaucrat somewhere is not allowing people to trade freely. We talked about the issue of information. There are listed goods which are supposed to be traded. Those which are under $2,000 within our cross borders. But these East Africans are not trading. So now who do you blame? For us, we have done our part as IARA. Now a bureaucrat in Namanga or in Malaba or Holili or Gatuna, name it. He's not doing his part. So now, that's why I associate with the anger. Do we have to whip these people, or do we have to do it? In brief, we need to commit ourselves, or else we are going to be again traded like slaves and even partitioned, Mr. Chair. So, the political will and the commitment by our bureaucrats to ensure that we implement policies and the policies and regulations to facilitate seamless trade. The other one is about conflict of interest. Mr. Chair, someone is a minister in government. He is also a trader. Now, when we pass the law that you are supposed to trade sugar from Uganda, from Tanzania, or what, rice from wherever, or name it, it is going to somewhere, but because this minister is trading cheaper sugar from Brazil, he comes here and creates an excuse that the sugar from Uganda or sugar from Tanzania does not meet the standard. Do you see that? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member of Parliament. One thing I want to assure you, because this is a research workshop, we are not going to register whipping as a strategy. And if we have to do that, the first group we will start is parliamentarians. And it's the first time you hear parliamentarians associate themselves with the politicians. And you will agree, and I'm glad to hear that you are the student of Professor Mkandara here. Professor Mkandara, I know you have taught him about the principle of check and balance and accountability. If the member of parliament is keep on complaining, then one duty they don't exercise implementing, then why you are not holding them accountable? Because you should do that. It's your duty as a member of parliament. As I said, that's also, we can have a coffee break. Then I hope, you have the mic? No.
Thank you very much. I'm Ezekiel Kereri, working with Tanzania Trade and Investment. Herrera also complaining a lot about the trading, of course, airspace liberalization across Africa. It's expensive to trade among ourselves, and that's why we among Africans ourselves. Looking at number of cattle we have in Tanzania, livestock in general, we don't tap the potential we have. Those are the opportunities that we can use. As we speak at an agenda for the panel, on trading and the challenge. What about it is clear that is not a problem? You said you are an expert on petroleum exploration. I have a question for you regarding the balancing between clean energy and petroleum energies that are assumed to be not clean or related to environmental pollution. But the aspect is China and the global north developed through using of those petroleum energies that we think now are not working. So we still need to continue using the same approach of using petroleum energies across the globe, and of which we saw even during the discussion and the potential we have as East Africa, where we have a lot of critical minerals, critical mineral resource, which give a chance for clean energy production. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your questions. I want to invite the two gentlemen to answer briefly, but also you use after you answer the question, you use 1 minute to wrap up your comments after the session, and then we'll go to Alicia and then Mr. Njau. 1 minute to wrap up so that so I'll start with Mr. Elias. You have the question, answer the question, and then use 1 minute to wrap up from the discussion.
Asante kwa swali. Thank you for the question.
renewable energy is a good thing to have. It's a very good to the energy mix. But as of today, the world's top producer of natural gas is the US. It produces about 25% of the world's total consumption. China is the world's fourth. They're producing even more than before the era of renewable energy. So we need to produce what we have, and of course, look into renewable energy as an added source of energy. We don't have to forgo. Otherwise, it's our natural resource, God-given. We should use it.
Thank you. Do you want to wrap up after the general? Now, sorry? Okay. Now, Mr. Carrera, it's your turn. Can you respond to the question and then wrap up?
Thank you. Specific question to my colleague from about non-tariff barriers. One of the biggest challenges in this region is non-tariff barriers. We have solved, there's a time we solved, I was asking my ED here, the time we solved close to 200 plus NTBs, but we had new ones born. How are they born? They are born out of competition. They are born out of poor political. Excuse me, Honorable Minister. Kuna mazungumzo ya mkutano na kuna ya pembeni which yanayosimamisha mambo kwenda. Yeah. That one, identify them by asking the East African, we identify NTBs, we bring them forward, but every time we solve 10, 5 are born. This is the whole problem. Mr. Musamali alluded something very important. This anger, it is there. But one key thing also about coordination is we do not coordinate. Don't be surprised, gentlemen and ladies. The agents, the organs of East Africa do not even coordinate. Parliament of East Africa, EST, East African Business Council, Trade Organization East Africa, Ministries of Commerce, all have different positions and priorities regarding NTP. Yeah. The legislation Parliament has done in East Africa about NTPs, I have only recently learned of the presence of a committee of Parliament, Committee for Trade, Investment and Tourism. I have never met them. They don't know me, I don't know them. They don't know, so this is how East Africa works. Everybody is in his journey. So we are the same team, but shooting in different goals. How are we going to achieve that? My wrap-up comments, Honourable Minister, again, for policymakers, Council of Ministers at the region here, we need to recalibrate it. The current manner of engagement at EST here, don't be surprised. Council of Ministers will meet in this building and from morning 8 p.m. to lunchtime, they are discussing a job of a secretary in a certain office. 7 good hours. Anatoka nchi gani, tumlipe pesa ngapi? That takes, I know, you can check the agenda. I'm sure you follow closely. The agenda in this building, they could discuss the role of the secretary for 8 hours and they go to sleep. And they have trouble on taxpayers. So that's where the problem is. So for Honorable Samani, I think that we get coordinated, all these agencies, let's speak the same language. Tuko timu moja. We are firing a goal tofauti. Let's all fire our goals in the same goal. Correct. The other one is, it's a big one, saber lifting. The treaty establishing East African Community, allow me to say, very frankly, very honestly, is outdated. The treaty establishing East African Community. It is out of step with the reality. Where we are in 2024, we need to re-examine and we should speak frankly to you, the policymakers, at ministerial level, at heads of state level. I know we have said this to the private sector, but the entire treaty needs revisiting and bring it up speed with where we are today. Otherwise, it's completely out of step.
Thank you so much.
The very last one I want to say
Thank you so much, Mr. Carrera, for speaking from your heart, and we really appreciate. Now, Alicia, please.
Thank you so much. This was such a powerful discussion, and I learned a lot, definitely, as someone from the Caribbean. And Chair, I thank you, and thank you, Repoa, for including the Caribbean and in Africa so much. I just want to end by note, but if I had just about expanding trade in terms of the quantity, you have to look at the quality of trade. And that's what I wanted to really get across in terms of unpacking that expansion, that trade. We want to expand trade, not just for expanding sake, but we want to make sure it's broad-based. We want to make sure that all of our countries benefit. We want to make sure in terms of how much exports we're doing, but also how are each of our countries benefiting from it, how much employment is created, among other things. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to engaging with you guys further during the break. Have a good one.
Thank you so much. What's your take?
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think on my side, I wanted to look at two issues which can unlock expansion of trade in East Africa, which I think we have not been discussing a lot here. One is the youth population. In Africa, actually, you find that youth is very potential. When we are talking of population workforce in Africa, will be more than when you combine India and China. So we need to urge our leaders not to use youth during the election, during the vote. We need to use youth as employment because youth, they have that a mindset. Maybe the challenge is capital, but we need to support the youth. Another area is a foreign global partnership. In East Africa, when we are talking of regional and multilateral agreement, we have a challenge. We negotiate as a bloc, but when it's come to implementation, when it's come to sign European Union, where we some country go separate way, same with the UK, and this is bring challenge to said future of Africa is bright, but we need good and visionary leadership, but also commitment for a.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my panelists. I've been informed that we have done a very good job in terms of told that we are out of time. Now we have a surplus of time. One thing that I noticed is that my job, self in a very awkward positions, discussions, please don't make me a chairperson. I will be better positions to sit where you are sitting, and I'll make a very meaningful contributions. And I will speak from the I couldn't respond to some of the things, being the chairman. But I know there is still a quest to ask more questions and getting clarified. So Jacqueline, and then my colleague there. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rwekaza Mukandala from the University of Dar es Salaam and chairperson of report session with your panelists. But one thing did stand out, which is, on the one hand, you might remember, Mwalimu said, and our friend here started with Mwalimu Master, decided to slow down in certain areas until the country to run things, to do the exploration, to do the mining, to run the harbors, and so on and so forth. So he slowed down stuff that I talked about. They were known for a long time, you know, even during the colonial period. So why did he, on the one hand, want to run, but that they would be committed, they would put forward and champion the public good, the national interest, and so on and so forth. So when the colonialists were coming in, you know, they signed off their sovereignty to carve out. There is lots of, I think, disappointing self-interest, self-serving. There's lots of commitment, to the public good, to Pan-Africanist project, to Free Skies, to all kinds of room, is our lack of commitment. That we are signing in today contracts that if Mwalimu was alive today, he would cry. To the extent to which they are so contrary to our national interests. And this is not only for Tanzania, I'm sure in other countries also. Maybe others are even worse, of Uchawa. Or, going out of their way to seem to be more Catholic. Even in international trade, in the free market, with Invest Champion and push forward the interests of Africa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So much, Professor Mkandara, for the
Honorable Chair. And I also join my colleagues to commend you for a job well done. And to all of you, the presenters, as you are driving very good comments. So, Mwenyekiti, I have two issues to ask. A question on what should be the role of the government. I think you were asking Mr. Carrera there. So to me, I think the government has two, the trade. But two, the government has to act as a regulator, regulations. But then I think there is a problem when you, and this is actually attributing to most of the challenges that we find ourselves into today. I think our governments have kind of, and I'm really trying to find a very polite word to use here, but I think our governments to some extent have failed to kind of strike a balance as they execute these two functions. And one of the key issue or challenge that I'm seeing today is, of course, government competing or doing business as the private sector. I think this is something that we should actually look at. Our government should be very busy, spending a lot of time and commitment creating enabling environment, I think, so that we are actually creating a fair ground and a very conducive environment for the private sector to survive and thrive. And this is how we can really expand or develop trade and sustain growth. But I think we should, as we drive this agenda from the workshop, we would actually need to advise our government to really look at how they regulate. Because when you regulate too much also, when we regulate too much to the level that unamkamua ng'ombe mpaka anakosa maziwa, mpaka unamuua. So I think this is something that we should actually look at. And this concept of as the government is doing business, but have we accessed the model? Have we looked at the model in which the Chinese government is actually supporting the private sector at the same time maybe doing business? We really, Kitty, is actually echoing the comment from Mr. Carrera, opening the airspace. This issue of lack of trust, no coordination, lack of commitment from all of us, I think from IALA, EAC, private sector, is really haunting us, and this is what is actually working towards as a stumbling blocks towards, advancing trade. Why am I saying this? You picked an example of passenger flight. It cost us more than 800,000 Tanzania shillings flying from Rwanda, or $800 from Rwanda. As Tanzania, Mwenyekiti, for a long time, as agriculture sector in this country, we've been talking about cargo. Investors in this country are still relying on passenger flight to uplift cargo from Tanzania, East Africa. Why are we not opening the air? Why are we not harmonizing lending fees? Why are we not talking as one team, harmonizing parking fees? Why are we not talking as one fees, harmonizing jet fuel, so that, for example, if one country is very strong in air, in cargo, freighting, for example, Kenya or Rwanda, and then we say, oh, as East African, we are from there, existing strength. So I think trying to bring our own charter, and here we have Kenya, maybe Airways, one who run. Why are we not sitting and saying, okay, we are meeting as East African, we collectively bargain for airspace, we collectively bargain for cargo, and we operate one charter, one cargo freighter that will be moving from Tanzania. So we have failed, and we are still operating in silos, and that is why we are still talking of expanding trade today, 2024. So Mwenyekiti, I'm in way to actually streamline.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jacqueline. Dr. Jacqueline, you are struggling to get the life. I've been doing the advocacy to the government, and unfortunately, I end up being the minister myself. And now I have you, and I thank God to, I thank Timea. I mean, you are helping us, coming with a blueprint in Zanzibar. You are doing it in the regions. We are trying to, they are new coming every day. It's only one reason. Because our regulators, our executive agency, they don't think trade. To what extent this will going to impact the trade? That's why you see every day the new ones are born. But I can tell you, now speaking to the government, that we are still.
I will echo what just Elias said. My name is Priva Clemens. It should be spoke about the natural gas and petroleum industry. So when you talk about trading of petroleum products, then you are talking about a broader perspective of trade between the East Africa, the world, and that's why we see the Americans has now. Just to be precise, the petroleum industry will not die today or tomorrow. When you look at like the oil and gas industry will not be there. But now we are almost another 50 or whatever years. The oil and gas is still here. And when you look at the statistics, it will take us, if we produce at the current production rate of natural gas, we'll have another 53 years producing gas. And now we have discoveries. We heard about Guyana. We're hearing about America. So don't worry about this extinction of natural gas or petroleum. So the only thing that will change is the technology. Production will continue, production will continue. The only thing that will change is that the usage of natural gas and petroleum will be different. Now let's try to talk about the trading within the East Africa bloc. And given that Tanzania and Mozambique have natural gas discovery, there's opportunity. And we have opportunity to export gas, Asia, through LNG, liquefied natural gas, and Tanzania as well. So if we manage to conclude the discussion here in Arusha on the liquefied natural gas, then in the next few years, we have a very narrow window. And given that the tax on the resource will be higher, then the benefits that Tanzania could accrue or the region could accrue from this is big. It's really contributing more than 15% of the CO2 that we are seeing in the atmosphere. So for us to live a happily and healthy life, we need to control this. Again, we are still poor. We need energy in terms of petroleum. So pipelines, LNG can be a trade product, a trade facility. Can facilitate trade of these resources. Not even that's what we produce. Even the importation of petroleum. We have harbors. We can use our ports to import products and export it to the neighboring countries and facilitate trade. So the window is there. And when I was looking at the green energy, and given that the renewable energy is part of the transition to greener world, then the critical mineral again will be used to produce battery for renewable energy, and we have EMPA renewable energy, so we can trade within the region as well. We can even export electricity from renewable energy in Tanzania, establish the power infrastructure, and lastly, we have a window of opportunity to use already established knowledge to build on to increase trade within the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear participants, I'm informed that our time trajectory is that we've already exhausted our surplus, and now we are actually using our saving. And I don't want us to go down to that route, because the next panel will suffer because we have hit the savings. So this should be the end of this session. Again, I want to take this opportunity to thank you all, my great panelists. You have really Now, Mr. Kerera, but with respect, I give it to him.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'll make it one. I had forgotten this earlier, but I want to make a call going forward in these research workshops. Can the next workshop be themed differently and show what failed, who failed it, and what should be done? Because I think we have a rich body of information from what we speak here on the problem analysis. But who has failed and what? Let me make a call, Professor. Let's have a session specifically on what failed and who failed it. And I'll be happy to accompany you to any office of the head of state to say, tumeshindwa hapa. Na tatizo ni fulani. Thank you.
Thank you. That was most important. I think we are using it. For us, I think, and for many other countries, regulating it's like meant to be slowing down or stop it not to move. But to me, I think this should not, or block, yes, it should not mean that. Regulating should be just to make sure that the safety, the standard, the quality, this should what it means. But for us, we are using these regulator things as blocking things from not moving. We need to have that in place. Guys, thank you again. Thank you so much. Thanks to my great panelists. Thank you for your participants, for all your comments, questions. It was very great to hear from you. And I know that the organizer, the REPOA, this panels, the contributions, the remarks from the panelists has met your expectations, taking it forward from designing whatever the position, the research paper you want. And for the policymakers, if I speak on their behalf, we are ready. We are ready to hear, to be informed from your research policy statement, research, and we'll continue to deal with the NTBs because, yes, of course, they will always be there. They will be born. But the speed of dealing with them should be timely and effectively because they trigger down the trade expansion. I thank you again, and I wish you, I'm told that after here we're going to have a lunch, and I wish you a bon appetit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for this panel, please. Thank you for the distinguished chairing by Mr. Honorable Shaban. We thank the panelists, Mr. Njau, Mr. Carrera, Ms. Nichols, and Mr. Kilembe. We will be breaking for lunch now. And I would like to announce that the second session, the plenary session 2, which will be focused, we request all the panelists, please, to stay behind while others are going to lunch, just for a few minutes, to just make sure things are in order. And lunch will be the same as the tea break. So we have our dignitaries who will be heading where they had their tea break, and the rest of us will have it in the marquee outside. Enjoy your lunch, but may I request Ms. Hamlet, Mr. Benedict, Professor Ndunguru, Joseph Ndunguru, and Ms. Latifa Hamis to please stay behind because they will be part of the following plenary session, which will begin immediately after lunch. It is currently 2. I'm giving you the time to come back, and when we'll begin, it's 2:01. Please, 44 minutes for lunch. May we please reconvene at exactly 2:45. The session will be here, ready, and started. Thank you very much. Bon appetit. Enjoy lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting our plenary session 2. But before that, just one quick housekeeping issue. You will find on your desk or on your chair an evaluation form. These were distributed. So I request for those whose neighbors are not there right now to please let your neighbor know. And we request that you fill these out, please, because this will allow us to know where we need to improve. And we usually take these very seriously. We want to hear from our participants, and we would like for you to be extremely honest in your evaluation. So our plenary session 2, which is focusing on enabling trade competitiveness, may I request Ms. Morales Hamlick, who will be the chairperson of this panel. She is the executive director of the European Business Group. May I please have your attention, please? May I ask her to come and take her seat? Mr. Benedict Msengele, the acting senior director of Trade, Environment and Customs, TMA, to please also come up. Ms. Stella Onyacha, the Deputy Registrar of the East African Community Competition Authority, EACCA. May you please also come up. Dr. Nsengimana, the Secretary General of the African Organization for Standardization, ARSO. Please, sir, can you also come up? Professor Joseph Ndunguru, the Director General of Plant Health and Pesticides, Plant Health and Pesticides Authority, Tanzania. And last but definitely not least, Ms. Latifa Hamis, the Director General of the Tanzanian Trade Development Authority, TanTrade. Karibu sana. Are the microphones up there? Okay, you have a microphone? Ms. Hamlick, may I please hand over the rails to you and proceed, please, with your panel. Karibu-san.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch and that you had a very engaging conversation, which we definitely did, and I'm excited to continue a conversation during this session number 2. We have a wonderful panel for you here ready, discussing enable trade competitiveness. This session will be about the opportunities and the challenges for enabling trade in sub-Saharan countries. And we're building on the expertise of different countries and the different regions the organizations are active in. So we're gonna start with a PowerPoint presentation by Benedict Msengele. He's the Director of Trade Policy and Trade Facilitation of Trademark Africa. And meanwhile, I would like to ask you to move over this way so we don't have an empty seat and making me feel a lot of distance in between. We might have a 5th panelist coming, Professor Joseph Ngudure. In case he's coming, he's welcome to join. I haven't met him yet, so if you're here, please join us. And otherwise, we'll see if that happens during the panel. Let me hand over the mic to Benedict Msingalala. Ah, you're here. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I know it's not the best time to make a presentation, especially immediately after lunch, but I'll try to be as brief as possible and straight to the point. In the morning, there was a lot of discussions about the AFCFTA. So I would like to present a paper, which we jointly did with the ESC Secretariat, looking at the ESC potential within the AFCFTA, as well as the tripartite FTA. As a matter of introduction, I think we are all aware of the history of the African Union Commission dating back to 1963, how we moved through the Abuja Treaty, as well as the Lagos Plan of Action, and where we are with the AFCFTA, where so far we have 54 countries who have signed the agreement, and the ratifications have moved now from 47 to 48. And there are two phases. Phase one looks at operationalizations of the protocols in trading goods, trading services, as well as dispute settlement mechanism. And then phase two protocols, which are now negotiations are ongoing, is on investment, intellectual property rights, as well as competition policy. We know the journey of the ESC, where it started as early as back in 1917, and then we had the defunct one in 1967, and now the current one, where we have up to 8 member states, but in ESC we love calling them partner states. And the ESC has progressed from a free trade area to a customs union, and also the protocol on the monetary union has been adopted. But we know in terms of implementation, we are implementing aspects across customs union, common market protocol, as well as some aspects of the monetary union. Going down to the purpose of this study, the ESC exports to the world have consistently increased by around 76% between 2018 and 2022. That's from 14 billion US dollars to around 25 billion US dollars. And the markets where this has been going is the UAE, India, and China, who are the top 3 export destinations for ESC. And ESC exports within the ESC have also steadily risen, the same as within Africa, but most of it goes to South Africa, Uganda, and Kenya. Those are the top 3 export destinations for ESC. And in terms of imports, the ESC trade with the world showed a temporary decline during the pandemic, but recovered strongly, growing by 19% between 2021 and 2022. And ESC has been resilient as a region, and imports from Africa remained resilient with a 6.8% growth between 2021 and 2022. And who are our leading import partners? China, India, and United Arab Emirates. And then the top African import partners, again, South Africa, Tanzania, and Kenya. And then in terms of export performance by member countries, Kenya has been the leading exporter in the ESC region, followed by Tanzania, Uganda, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Burundi in that order. And Burundi's exports in Africa has just been minimal, around 0.1 billion US dollars since 2019. And then the other EAC member states exports to Africa are seeing continuous growth. Most EAC countries focus their exports within the EAC region, except for South Sudan. And as you can see from the presentation, 90% of Rwanda's exports is within the EAC. Uganda within Africa. Uganda nearly 90% of exports are also within Africa. Burundi 74%, Kenya 70%, Tanzania 48%, and South Sudan only 2%. Again, a question on whether we are fully utilizing our preferences within EAC and also preferences within the other regional economic communities in Africa. And then the major non-EAC markets that cut across the member states are South Africa, Zambia, Egypt, Sudan, Somalia, Malawi, and Ethiopia. But we all know that those countries, we also share some other RECs, notably SADC and COMESA. And our key exports are coffee, tea, meat, and spices. That's most of the commodities EAC partner states are exporting within Africa. So when we did this study using the ITC methodology, as well as using the gravity model, we found that within the AFCFTA, the EAC partner states have an export trade potential of $1.9 billion US, which comes very close also to the estimates done by UNECA, which found that EAC had a trade potential of $2.0 billion US. And the greatest export potential for the EAC lies within South Africa. And the top 10 markets constitutes around 95.3% share of EAC's export potential in the AFCFTA with a combined potential of around 1.7 billion. And then the rest will share what remains. So the top partners in terms of that potential, again, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. And by sector, we are seeing tea and meat leading. And then the other sectors are food products, processed or preserved, vegetable oils and fats, mineral products, chemicals, beauty products, and perfume. And then in terms of key markets, again, the only new one which we are seeing apart from the one I had mentioned is Nigeria. And we are saying there are 48 ready products with each a potential of over 100,000 US dollars. The analysis on the top export potential for top subsectors, again, is listed there for the top subsectors. When we look at South Africa, Mozambique, Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe, the sectors where they are leading are in rice, where the potential is mineral products, fertilizers, paper products, cereals except wheat and rice, and then mineral resources. And again, for Seychelles, South Africa, Mauritania, Mauritius, and Cote d'Ivoire, where we have a potential of 19.8 million US dollars. The leading subsectors there are processed cereals, various metals, tea and meat, coffee, and precious metals. I will be able to share these analysis so that you can be able to see, so that I don't dwell much on those subsectors. But again, when we look at that 1.9 billion US dollars export trade potential within the AFCFTA, out of it, 1.7 billion US dollars is within the tripartite FTA. And these tripartite FTA entered into force on 25th of July this year. And the basic reasons why we see huge potential being within the tripartite is because countries tend to trade more with their neighbors, as well as where they have got historical relations. And research has also shown that countries who were colonized by the same masters tend to trade more than countries who are colonized by different countries. And therefore, again, the closeness between SADC, COMESA, and EAC makes it easier for those countries to trade together. And historically, they have been trading together. And we have seen that the rest of the Africa have only a trade potential of around 0.2 billion US dollars. And the top 10 markets constitutes 99.4% share of ESC export potential in the tripartite FTA. And these are Kenya, Tanzania, these are South Africa, Egypt, Zambia, Ethiopia, Sudan, Mozambique, Malawi, Zimbabwe, Botswana, and Angola. So those are the top export destinations within the tripartite FTA. And the top sectors here again are tea and meat. And we have roughly 130 products exported from the ESC region to TFTA with a value of $100,000 US dollars and above. And that table presents the products per country and the export potential which exists. And what are the challenges which are making us not realize this export potential? Some of these were mentioned in the morning, but there will be no harm in repeating them. One is political and economic dynamics. Overlapping regional economic community memberships, non-tariff and technical barriers, infrastructure deficits, product-specific challenges, low levels of value addition, cultural diversity, and access to credit. Of course, the issues of trusting each other, because why will it be cheaper and faster to import from China than it is to import across the borders? If we trust each other, and we know that we can achieve more if we all focus on areas of comparative advantage, then we should be able to enjoy the benefits of regional integration. But so long as we continue protecting our own economies, then it will be very difficult for us to fully utilize the benefits of regional integration, not only in ESC, but also in the new kids in the block, the TFTA, as well as the AFCFTA. But we have opportunities. We have expanded market access. As you see, ESC accounts for 21% of Africa's population. So we have a potential. We have the fast growing economies in Africa and globally. And again, we have sectors which have got opportunities to grow: agriculture, automotives, pharmaceuticals, and logistics. And we have our niche sectors in processed foods, fishery products, and leather products. Infrastructure and trade facilitation, we already have one-stop border posts. But again, there is need for us to move to a fully fledged customs union. We are already implementing the single customs territory using the destination model, but we can be able to move to the last mile and have a fully fledged customs union, which will also enhance trade facilitation and improve our trade opportunities. And then the issue of technological advancement and financial development, digital transformation. We know what is going on currently within the region, the issue of the regional payment settlement systems. We know the IPS is there, but it has its shortcomings, but it can be enhanced. And then we can also move to fast payment systems and have those retail payment systems. I know some countries are making progress, but we need to have the interoperability of the payment settlement systems. As I wide modalities to exploit this export potential, one is financial and technological support, collaborative efforts, unified policy frameworks and harmonization, and then building human capital and workforce skills. In conclusion, we have seen the trade potential which exists within the FCFTA and TFTA. Generally in FCFTA, 1.9 billion, but out of that 1.9 billion, 1.7 billion within the TFTA. And top export destinations for ESC, South Africa, Egypt, and Zambia are key markets for ESC exports. High potential sectors, tea and meat, metals, mineral resources, and coffee. And top products include black tea, copper cathodes, and copper ores. Challenges, I've highlighted them. Opportunities, they are there. And then the strategies to enhance export potential, we focus on improving infrastructure and logistics, enhancing our productive capacity, products quality and certification processes. And among all, we also embrace the spirit of regional integration, trust one another, reduce protectionism, and then enhance our regional value chains by participating in the nodes where we have comparative advantage. And I have several policy recommendations which are aligned to what I've mentioned, things to do with build human capital, technology and digitization, manufacturing sector investment, that's implementing industrial policies to boost manufacturing, strengthen value chains, and support MSMEs in scaling production, promoting value addition, trade facilitation, investing in infrastructure, and then embracing and aligning our various trade regimes. Remember, ESC now is in several trade regimes, the ESC itself, the tripartite, and also the AFCFTA. We need to align. But as we align these trade policies, we need to look at where we have that export trade potential and try to exploit it. Allow me to stop there. I know I've rushed through, but this will be shared, and also the full paper is available, can be shared. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benedict. It was a very informative presentation. I think we all learned something about export in the East African region. Thank you. We're going to move to our next panelist. That's Ms. Stella Onyacha. She's the Deputy Registrar of the East Africa Competition Authority. And I'll have some questions for her, which we will discuss. Do you have a microphone there? Yeah. Perfect. Which role does the East Africa Competition Authority play in trade?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson, for that introduction. I also wish to guide on the protocols and the organizers of this meeting. As she has said, my name is Stella Onyancha. I'm the Deputy Registrar from the ESC Competition Authority. ESC Competition Authority is an institution of the East African community, which is mandated to promote and encourage fair competition within the East African community. So how do we do that? We regulate competition by looking at, by regulating is the good sense, not the bad one. We regulate competition because we want to ensure there is fair competition for all participants to be able to participate in the market. So we regulate the ESC Competition Act. One of our members of parliament in the morning said they have approved competition bill. We have a competition act which we implement, and that competition act we implement it so that we prohibit, we hinder restrictive or anti-competitive business practices that impact free trade within the community. And this is with the aim of enhancing competitiveness within the community. So I've said we promote and encourage, and we look at the market conduct, such as collusive tendencies to fix prices, to allocate markets, and even to allocate customers. Those are the things we look at. Those are what we call anti-competitive trade practices. So ESC does that, and we look at matters which are cross-border in nature, and we have objectives which are clearly highlighted under the ESC Competition Act, and our objectives are very clear. And mainly, our objective is to enhance the welfare of the consumers within the community by protecting them from, by giving them the freedom to participate in the market. Again, we protect consumer welfare by protecting the opening of partner states markets against creation of barriers to trade. Also, we want to guarantee all participants in the market equal opportunities to be able to compete in the market. Also, we want to ensure that there is level playing field for all the participants. This includes the small and micro enterprises to be able to compete within the ESC region. So we want to ensure at least business people, they are able to move within the East African countries and conduct their trade without any hindrance, which relates to anti-competitive business practices. So the objectives are clearly stated in the Act. And also, of course, we want to promote a conducive environment for all the participants to be able to compete in the market. That's how we contribute to the competitiveness, and that is our role within the ESC, and we implement the Act to ensure the businesses operate freely without any market hindrances, and by that, we enhance regional integration in the community. Of course, again, we work closely with the partner states. In the partner states, for example, in the United Republic of Tanzania and even Zanzibar, we have the competition institutions which promote and regulate competition. So we work closely with them to ensure that those market and competitive conducts are easily addressed. So in terms of competition, that's how we deal with it. Also, we have an aspect of promoting and enhancing consumer welfare. We look at such issues as unconscionable market conduct. Many consumers in ESC, they are misled by unconscionable market conduct. That is, maybe if you go to a bank and the terms and conditions are not clear to the consumers, they don't know that they are supposed to read the terms and conditions so that they are able to sign those contracts from an understanding point of view. We also look at misleading information. Many consumers in ESC are misled to buy products which they mislead them to maybe to indicate that this product is going to help you do this and this. But when they consume or when they buy that product, they find it's totally different and doesn't satisfy the need which that person bought it for. So we engage in all manner of activities within the ESC region by working closely with the partner states to ensure that competition is promoted and is fair within the ESC region. So I think in brief, that's what we do. I've just rushed through our mandate, what we do, our role, so that we ensure there is promotion of trade competitiveness within the ESC region. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that. And it's interesting to hear that you play actually an active role in creating competition. Could you elaborate a little bit more on the benefits of competition?
The benefits of competition, they are many and varied. If we intervene in the market together with our counterparts from the partner states, we want to intervene and ensure the welfare of the consumers in the partner states is enhanced. So what are the benefits of this, of our interventions in regulating the market structure and market conduct, or regulating anti-competitive practices within the community? So when we intervene in the market, we ensure the benefits go to consumers through lower prices of the products, quality products. You know, once there is rivalry, everyone is competing to ensure they produce the best. So the consumers end up getting quality products. Also, in terms of prices, of course, because of competition, the prices are fair for the consumers. There is increased variety for consumers to choose from. Of course, one other important benefit of this is the businesses, they are also incentivized to innovate and develop new products. Who is the beneficiary? Is the consumer. I and myself, we are the consumers. So we are the beneficiaries. And of course, there is a conducive climate. There is a conducive business environment for businesses to thrive. And of course, once businesses thrive, the whole of the integration process is enhanced and deepened. And that is the whole essence of ESC. Of course, also, once we intervene in the market, there is the aspect of healing the market failures which are there. And once we intervene, the market now is economically efficient for others to operate, and also it strengthens. We also educate. We build the capacity. We sensitize. We create awareness. So this builds the capacity of consumers to report of any malpractices, to know about their rights as consumers, and then they are able to progress in a more better way. And also in terms of tripartite, how we contribute and the benefit, we act and we negotiate as a block. Our earlier presenter, Mr. Musengele, has said tripartite is really what we are close to, and the ACFTA is also on board. So when we act and negotiate as a block, there are many benefits which result to that effect. So those are all the benefits of competition. Competition is very critical for all of us, and we need it in our daily lives because it's for the welfare of all of us.
Thank you. I have a last question for you for the moment. And by the way, we're just going through all the panelists, and we do the questions from the audience at the very end. But since I'm here, I can ask one more question. Which initiative have you taken towards promoting trade competitiveness?
Thank you for that question, Chairperson. The ESC, the East African Community, has taken quite a lot of various initiatives to enhance trade competitiveness. Some of the initiatives have been mentioned in the morning. Of course, we have those we call trade enhancement initiatives. And we have in place the customs union, and this customs union, I think there was mention in the morning about the non-tariff barriers, the NTBs. They are solved as they come. So this is the customs union where they are anchored, and we always want to ensure such NTBs are resolved even as new ones come on board. Common Market Protocol is another protocol which allows free movement of goods and services and people within the community. We have single customs territory, which simplifies customs procedures. There is the East African Trade Information Portal, which provides on trade regulations and procedures, and there's the ESC Trade Facilitation Program, which streamlines border procedures. Then we have the competitiveness initiatives, which are in place. There's the industrialization policy for the ESC, and this is up to 2050. We have a policy in place. There is also the small and medium enterprises policy, which supports the SMEs growth. There is the ESC competition policy. This is where I am. And this policy also, we have an act in place which promotes and encourages fair competition within the community. There's the ESC, intellectual property policy, which protects innovation. There's the regional infrastructure development, which upgrades transportation, energy, and ICT. And there are, of course, other regional initiatives. There was the mention of the East African Monetary Union Protocol of 2013, which aims to establish a single currency by 2031. There is the ESC Single Tourism Visa, which simplifies travel. There is the ESC passports and identity documents. which standardizes travel documents, and there is the regional payment and settlement system, which facilitates cross-border payments. So those are some of the initiatives which the EAC has undertaken, as implemented, to ensure that trade and competitiveness within the EAC is enhanced. Then there is the aspect of ACFTA and TFTA, where we negotiate as a bloc, and the protocols were adopted. They are already adopted. So what remains is the implementation part of it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stella. Let me move on to the next panelist. I have a question for Dr. Hormojeen Nsangimana. He's the Secretary General of the African Organization for Standardization. And the microphone reach you. That's a good sign. What is the state of standards and certifications harmonization in Africa?
Thank you very much. Let me thank REPOA for inviting me. Donald, thank you to be part of this gathering. Let me start by maybe talking about the African Organization for Standardization. That is an African Union organization. I guess maybe 5 of you know ARZO. Yeah, I see maybe the front desk. Yeah, this organization was founded by African Union in 1977. 1977. And it's just here in Nairobi. And even people from Kenya do not know ARZO. Yeah. It's a question we should also ask ourselves, that we have an organization put on by African Union and we don't know it. Meaning either we don't work, yeah, that's a point, we don't work probably, or we don't also seek for information. That's also a problem, because if I even ask people from Europe who are sitting here, the organization in charge of standards, they might not know. They might just say you have European standards, but they don't know Sensendereg, which is the name of the organization. What I'm bringing here, we should be thinking about quality culture. The quality culture should be embedded in whatever we are doing as a starting point before we even go towards harmonization of standards, harmonization of certification schemes. Then in the Abuja Treaty that my brother was talking about, 1991, the African Union also said that we need a quality policy for the whole continent. A quality policy that we can use the same standards for the continent. Guess what? The quality policy was only approved in 2021, 30 years after the Abuja Treaty. What does it talk about? Yes, we blame policy makers, yeah, but we are also to blame as technical people, because if the policy has been there, probably something should have happened. If the organization has been implementing programs as defined in the constitution of the organization, we shouldn't be here today. Now, recently we signed the FCFTA, 54 countries signed it, 48 ratified. In the TBT Annex 6, Article 6, you will find that African countries, state parties, should use ARZO standard. But what are we doing? If we should use ARZO standard, you don't know that ARZO exists, first of all, and you are starting developing standard. Imagine if all countries develop, 54 countries developing different standards. 8 regional economical communities accepted by African Union developing different standards. That's where harmonization comes in. Today, when I look at the catalog that we have, We started with you working with UNECA. I saw Melaku, my friend, in the assembly. We started doing a study on priority sectors. That's where we start. That's where a country should start. What are your priorities for standardization? It's not just a number. So many performance indicators in ministries is about numbers. How many standards do you have? 10,000. Then what? Yeah, because we did analysis, we found countries that's having standard on winter tires. Those countries will never have winter. Yes, climate change is there, but I swear they will not have winter very soon. They don't have industry of tires, and you have those standards. Why do you have that? You need to know the priority sectors. We did a study on the continent. Which standard should we have for harmonization? We have reached now more than 2,000 standards that are priority for our continent. But that is a mere percentage of 18% of the AFCFTA tariff lines. 18%. And if we need to serve the private sector, the Dennis Carrera who are here, who are doing business, we are only at 18% of harmonization. We need to do more. But to do more also, when you look at the implementation of those 18%, is very low. It's not even the 10%. Yeah, if you look at what Tanzania adopted, the country that has adopted many standards is at 10%, which is Tunisia. In the whole Africa, 10% of 18% of the standard, if you do calculations, yeah, imagine where we are now. We need to do more, and we need to serve the people-centered, like they talked this morning. Yeah, people-centered. Do we develop things that are talking to our private sector, that are helping trade, that are helping our industry? In certification, where are we? Looking at, let me give you an example that's where we will again fail very soon. The European Union has put, I discussed this with Junior, I think last year, on EU deforestation regulation. I don't know how many people know this. We have 7 products that will not enter European Union market if they are not certified as a sustainable product by next year. Unless European Union says, oh, yeah, we put on a few years to come. But those include cocoa, coffee, beef industry, or oil seeds, many oil seeds. That's our products. Those are the ones that we are discussing today. I saw even on the priority of East Africa community. And in 2008, our ministers in charge of environment requested ARZO to put on a certification scheme on sustainability. That is there. It's called EcoMark Africa. We only have 15 companies that have embraced that certification. But when you campaign, when I go around countries telling them this is coming, I do this sensitization with UNECA so often. This is coming to hurt the business of our people. How many countries are embracing the certification? At least now we have reached 15 countries that are embracing that certification. But how are we campaigning for now Europe accepting the mark? That is where the problem is. We sell the service, the money. We are talking about 84% on rose in Ethiopia. But when we talk about certification, there are billions of money that companies that you know, I don't want to mention many names here and create enemies probably, but the business of certification is not TBS doing it. Is not Kenya Bureau of Standard doing it? Is not Rwanda Bureau of Standard or OSESE in the DRC? It's being done by foreigner companies. While we have opportunity as African, as even the private sector, to create that business and create jobs and actually respond to the need of that market and start certification in those areas. I just wanted to mention that case that will hamper our business on EU deforestation, the same as on CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, that we all know that is also coming into implementation. But we have also other schemes, like in Africa, traditional medicine, certification, good agriculture practice, and I also want to mention one of the service certification, which is good financial grant practice. We are somewhere, but we should do more. We should do more to respond to the private sector. And what we discussed this morning, I feel that the private sector is the one actually that can unlock everything. They have power, they have money, they can open doors. Yeah, and if they want it, things can move. I conclude on this question with one example. The government of Cote d'Ivoire and government of the Ghana, that they are leading in the cocoa industry. There was an international standard that their farmers refused to use because it was not responding to their needs. The government requested ARZO to develop standard on cocoa that is now accepted by Europe, accepted by USA. We can do it, especially in the sectors, in the value chains where Africa is leading. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're learning a lot here about standardization and harmonization. And I'm very glad you're not contributing to us getting winter tires in Dar es Salaam. Won't be very useful. I have another question for you. So maybe you can tell a bit about the infrastructure that's needed for harmonization and certification.
We need so many infrastructure. First of all, hard infrastructure, like laboratories. In order, we are talking about trust. Trust should be created. Yeah, because standards are about three key things. It's about safety. Yeah, you cannot just drink water if you know it's not safe. It's about safety. That's why government is involved to protect the consumers. It's about trade. Trade is about performance. Someone said, do we have a quality product that can compete with others? That's on trade. And the third is on environment. Yeah. Safety, trade, and environment. Those are the key areas that we want. If we want to do that, we need to develop testing laboratories. Testing laboratories that can create the trust. You cannot create trust if you don't have testing laboratories that are also giving good results. And I heard this morning in the opening, there is a bill being discussed under standardization, accreditation, and conformity assessment within EAC. That is very important to have also accreditation that create now the trust that this laboratory, if is accredited, I accept the results of that laboratory. It's what we call 1-1-1 principle. You use one standard, you give one test, and you give one certificate accepted everywhere. One standard, one test, one certificate accepted everywhere. If we make sure that our testing laboratories are very, very okay, and we have harmonized the standard that we are using one standard, all of us, and we can have our certification bodies in the business, we should be moving somewhere. But there is one component that usually we don't do well. It's what is called market surveillance. Market surveillance should create our trust. I give you an example. When you look at your electronics, you will see CE mark. The CE mark is not a quality mark. So many people confuse it as a quality mark for Europe, which is not true. It's only a mark for the manufacturers, confirming that I have manufactured this product according to European standards, then this product I trust should be safe at the European Union market. That's where it is important that our campaign today is on self-declaration. Self-declaration. Can we help private sector that we have our quality assurance expert in the SMEs, in the industries that can help the private sector to manufacture this water, to manufacture, to produce juice, and we know this private sector can say, I am sure I produced this product according to the standard. That's what we should do, and if we manage to reach there, we will not overregulate as what we're discussing this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe you can, as a last question, you can tell a bit more about the opportunities of standardization.
We have huge opportunities. In the study I mentioned, we found out there are potential export basket. We have 4,077 new value chains that we can tap on. If we start on those value chains, I usually challenge myself and the colleagues that, yes, we are talking about trading to one another, tripartite, regional economical community, AFCFTA. But if we still trade on coffee, really? Yeah, coffee has been there for hundreds of years. Yeah, is that really something that we are proud we traded on coffee? No, but if we trade on other things, let's say the traditional medicine I was talking about, food supplements that you have, spices in Zanzibar that we have, we will be moving somewhere. Yeah, but if we trade on something that's commonly I can come in any house, drink coffee, and feel I am okay. I will not suffer about anything. Yeah, cement, the same thing. Yeah, but we need to create new value chains that will will create jobs. Those are 4,077 that we found out in the study we did with ECA. That are new value chain that we can now start on. That is job creation, that will have a standard. We are creating a system now where we can have one standard, where we can have innovation created, where we can actually have this research. I give you one example. Recently, we developed a standard on milk, aflatoxin. You know aflatoxin, eh? So many people talk about aflatoxin. There is aflatoxin which is called M1. When you look at aflatoxin M1, it's a derivative from the main aflatoxin. And that aflatoxin, when you look at the standards in Europe and USA, I tell you, even if they tell you that's value in that standard, if you drink milk, you're gonna die probably after 400 years. And I don't expect anyone to reach 400 years. It means that what we were discussing this morning, we can put on a standard that will become NTB. But with research conducted by African researchers, actually in collaboration, yes, with US universities, we found out the values that are in those standards are not true. Yeah, we should have the values that can help our milk industry develop and still be safe. Still be safe. We need to do more research, more informed research for this standard development that we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, let's move to our next panelist, the last one for this session, Latifa Hamis. She is the Director General of TanTrade. And I would like to know from you, Ms. Latifa, how the government and private sector can collaborate better together and create a more competitive trade market.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate REPOA for taking TanTrade into consideration always. First of all, I would like to introduce TanTrade in relation to trade and economic excellence. TanTrade is a Tanzanian trade promotion authority committed to enable Tanzania to become and remain strong and competitive trading nation by being active and focal for building sustaining trading capabilities. In this context, our mandate is to facilitate Tanzanian trade enterprises and other business operators to consolidate their competitiveness in domestic and foreign market by providing different services, including advisory, branding, market research, trade information, trade fair, and different platform we provide. In response to the question, to the government and private sectors to work together in updating policies and regulation in balancing trade. This had been mentioned in the morning with different panelists, and continuous support and capital assistance like machine and other assets to trade. This is from the government. And from private sectors, we think private sector should use available trade information and take into consideration market intelligence. This is a very important aspect nowadays, market intelligence, about market requirements, product design, style, fashion, and so many items to identify market, special market and segment. Also to support initiative to stimulate local production and export, especially Made in Tanzania campaign. We have good reason for this because we can work together for promotion of Made in Tanzania to work together. Also, there's associate benefit like business growth and government trade and economic excellence in promoting Made in Tanzania. For private sector also, should support trade promotion programs explored by and coordinated by different government institutions and private sector. So they should work together. For this context, a business in terms of transaction and new market in other area, trade mission, business infrastructure is very important for private sector to work together with the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And what are the main challenges businesses are facing if it comes down to trade competitiveness?
Different strategies under the same umbrella of the government. I think this is among the challenge. So we need to align our initiative, our strategies, so they can complement each other. As you know, we have so many strategies that differ to each sector, whereby we focus to strengthen trade sector. So we have to align our strategies together. Also, higher production cost has been mentioned. This is also should take into consideration. Our advice is to use alternative energy technology like natural gas machine that uses lower and less power. Mostly informal business as a result fail to access structured market like supermarket or foreign market, not fully registered. Unbranded product also, I think this is also should be taken into consideration. There is inadequate capital to operate business. Our advice is to use LCS, commercial banks, and use available export credit guarantees schemes available in the Central Bank of Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a little side question in between. But for you, I have a last question, and that's what are the most critical factors that influence Tanzania's trade competitiveness in the current global market?
Yeah, there is many factors consolidated our competitiveness, including not limited to market selection, niche, product and productions, technology used. So we use different technology and we try different technology. Price offers also is a factor. Deep belief in economics of scale also, in case of low price or high market competitiveness, and availability of raw materials. So we depend sometimes on raw material buying in other countries. So we sometimes we import raw materials. Also market access and requirements. We need to build up culture of market intelligence, which is very important now. So the policies and regulation and conditions. So we need to build up our market intelligence to maintain our policies and regulation and to stimulate our market condition. Economic situation also, political will. In political will, we are very good in political will. So we have existing competitors. Environment covers factors market intelligence. So market intelligence is a very factor for us as African. Also our initiative to consolidate competitiveness also, or providing tax relief. So many panelists here, they mentioned about tax reliefs, zero tariff on capital goods, but reality zero tariffs. Because sometimes we hear there is a zero tariff initiative, but in reality, in business area, there is not a reality. Promotion and market linkage program like trade fairs and other promotion platform provided. This is a very strategic platform, so they link with technical important and institution. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're almost ready to go to the audience, but I understood because we were supposed to have Professor Joseph Ndugurure here, but he unfortunately didn't make it today, but we have a representative from the Tanzania Plant Health and Pesticide Authority here, and that's Benignas van Ngowi. He's a director of the Department of Plant and Biosecurity. Can you maybe stand up? Then we see who you are. Yes, thank you very much. Maybe you can introduce yourself and tell a little bit about what your organization does in terms of competitiveness of the agro and horticultural exports.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'm sorry I've just come here on behalf of my Director General. I didn't have this information, but of course, I'm the one who is someone responsible for all these things. So I'm Dr. Ben Ngowi, or Benignas Ngowi. I'm the Director of Plant Biosecurity at the Tanzania Plant Health and Pesticides Authority. The Tanzania Plant Health and Pesticides Authority is the National Plant Protection Organization of Tanzania, which is somewhat new. It came into being on the year 2020 from the Plant Health Act of number 4 2020, after merging the former Tropical Pesticides Research Institute of Tanzania and a section in the Department of the Ministry of Agriculture called Plant Health Services. So the two came to form Tanzania Plant Health and Pesticides Authority. Professionally, I'm agricultural entomologist. Now, the position of the TPHPA with regard to your question, with regard to facilitation in horticultural business or agricultural business in Tanzania, we are by mandate, we are the kind of organization which is primarily responsible for three functions. One, to prevent the introduction, establishment, and spread of agricultural pests in Tanzania. Two, responsible for opening market access of Tanzanian agricultural produces, and third, to safeguard the environment or to protect the environment. So with regard to the theme now of horticultural facilitation, we are the ones who are doing the certification issues, mainly focusing on phytosanitary aspects. Talking about phytosanitary aspects or sanitary and phytosanitary aspects, we are talking about the all inspection processes with regard to phytosanitary compliances, certifications, addressing non-compliance issues, the facilitation of movement of agricultural commodities from Tanzania to abroad or to the region, or from abroad to Tanzania with regard to inspection issues. I don't know if I've explained myself because you have just bumped on me, but I'm standing to be corrected, please. For any further question, thank you.
Thank you so much. So this was our lovely panel. Are there any questions from the audience at this point for any of them? I think a microphone is coming your way.
Thank you. Standards. My brother talks about very interesting developments in the area of standards. Of course, I hope we know that one of the key challenges in this region is standards. Whereas we had done a significant job, have incidentally been rejected by certain member states. Today, one country and bureaus of standards have agreed on standard XYZ of a product XYZ. This product moves from one country, comes to another, and is subjected to another round of testing. This is happening today here, where we sit. Real challenge. So there's no respect. Again, it goes back to the governmental structures. I don't expect that individuals at the Ministry of Trade, the department on its own, will wake up and say, we are retesting items XYZ from this country. It can't be at the director level. It can't be at the head of division level. Can't be at customs level. No. That must be at a much higher level. That was here in the morning. So we have that as a serious challenge. Again, we may want to ask Professor Mkandala that one day we have a workshop of asking where do things get stuck and why. So the few standards that we have agreed on regionally, before we get to the 18% where you are, we have failed to use even what we have agreed. In fact, one of the current NTBs in the region listed today, the ones we talked about earlier that are born every other time, a new NTB has been born recently. And these ones are born and fertilized quickly. So there is a new NTB now that standards from one country, laboratory, is not recognized in the other. And the two bureaus of standards signed an agreement, mutual recognition agreement. That's where we are. So 3 steps forward, 4 backward. Now, you talked of we are underutilizing the facility at Nairobi. Testing is at 18%. But maybe the audience here may not know. East Africa was trading at only 16% in the last 2 years. Today, researchers may want to know, we have gone back, trading together. We are at 14 or 13.5% trading with each other here. So when are you going to come to test with your department? We may never. Those are my comments.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hermodine, do you want to respond to that?
MRA are very, very crucial. The good news, Dennis, is that after experience of the last 4 years to 5 now for the AFCFTA, it has been recognized now as now a new annex to be under the protocol of goods. as MRA, which was not there before. I think there is something now going on that people recognize this is a very big issue. That's actually it's what I call the 1-1-1 principle. One standard, one test, one certificate. If you have a certificate from Rwanda, it should be accepted by other region once you are using the same standard. At least we are moving somewhere under now the AFCFTA, and we need to do more. And what we need to do actually more is a starting point in developing those standards. Usually, one thing we should recognize, so many of products, probably that's the poor, to add to what Dennis said, the poor should also do, is to look at those products, which ones have a mother industry in the East Africa. You usually sell powder milk from the company in Europe. The patent is in the US. Yeah, we are not really developing our value chain that's led to not participating in standardization work. That is very, very crucial. How do we involve different stakeholders? Because in the principle of WTO, there are principles that there is inclusiveness. You need a consumer organization participation. You need private sector participation. So often our standards, if they are just developed on the side of public sector, it creates later on problems. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Who else has a question for one of the other panelists, maybe? Yes, I see.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. My name is Ahmed from Repoa. I have, I think question applies to all the panelists, but it focuses more on my brother here, Hemogen. You mentioned about the standards 111 and the certification 111, and you made the reference many times of harmonizing with the global north, US, UK, EU, in order to maintain trade potential and so forth. Trade. Now, does those 111 also apply with trade with the global south, or we are facing, or we have a potential to face additional challenges, possibly more challenges with the expanding our trade potential with the global south? Possibly the same question would go to the rest of the panelists by saying, what are the potential of maintaining trade effectiveness or competitiveness with the global south?
Thank you for that. Let me first ask on this side if anybody wants to respond to that, to trade competitiveness with the global south.
Thank you very much. This is a very important question, and I'm sure every panelist has touched the answer of your question. By answering this, I can say we have to trust each other and align our strategies. That's all, because we have different strategies. We have several initiatives, but we don't trust each other. Other panelists, they mention about different initiatives to promote trade in several sectors. But when we come into real practice, there is no implementation. Someone is stopping who and who. So the trade is not going to happen or to continue by moving in different strategy. But trusting is very important in the trade sector.
Thank you very much for those two questions. Maybe the first one on standards. I also wanted to add that under the ESC Competition Act, we have a section on product safety standards and unsafe goods. So you see, we cannot look at consumer welfare issues because many a times they are affected by those standards. So we have to work closely with the standards body at the partner states level. And I think I know about ASO. It has been there for quite long, and it's a very important institution, organization. So we need to see how to collaborate closely with them, even ourselves. We need those standards because on our own we can't develop those standards, but we have to be facilitated or assisted by those Bureau of Standards, including ASO. So there is need for us to work closely together and not work in silos to ensure that we tackle the consumers' welfare in a more uniformed manner. If I come to the second question of how we can, what potentials are there for maintaining trade competitiveness, they are there. I think our speakers in the morning also alluded that we are working in silos. There's need for us to check on what is not working right, what is it that's not working well for us, so that after that we evaluate ourselves. And that's the importance of research. We need to see where are we failing, where are we not progressing, instead of going forward. The speakers have said we are backtracking. So we need to assess ourselves as a regional bloc and ensure we are up to the task and compete favorably with the other regional blocs, so that we can talk from one point of view, we can argue in one position and present our matters together. It's also good to a uniformity of principles. We need to move and carry along our brothers and sisters, our partner states who are not at par with us. We need to continuously do capacity building, sensitization, so that they know what is required of them. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Mr. Benedict, do you also have something to add?
Yeah, thank you. And quite interesting, Ahmed, question. Yes, there's an opportunity to trade with the Global South. But as colleagues have mentioned, we need to ask ourselves, what is hindering us from trading? Because the issues of standards have been raised, and in regional integration, there's a common joke which is made during negotiations. Here within ESC, one country will block imports of consumable products from another country. A good example could be something like milk. And when the meetings are being held within the other country, they consume the same milk and they don't have any problem. So you ask yourself, why are we blocking importation of this milk? And I think a critical point for us to address as a region is first to know that for us to go far in trade, we have to go together. So long as we continue competing among ourselves as partner states within the same regional economic bloc, then we cannot enhance our trade capacities. We have to clearly, and I know within the ESC studies have been done, which have prioritized the sectors where we have comparative advantage and who has comparative advantage in what. So we need to enhance our regional value chains, contribute to that production of the end product as a region, not as a country, and then identify those Global South and other regions where we have huge market potential, because we can realize more benefits if we specialize in producing items where we have comparative advantage, either naturally or the ones where we can innovate to become more competitive. And again, these issues of non-tariff barriers. Non-tariff barriers in most cases are introduced by the private sector. It's the private sector who pushes the public sector, especially the government, for protection. So if we can start looking at both sides of the coin, we look at the producers as well as the consumers. Because in this trade game, the welfare of the consumers needs to be protected. At the same time, the welfare of the producers also needs protection. So we need a balancing of these two, so that whatever we are promoting in regional integration helps both the consumers and the producers. And let's stop competing among ourselves. You look at East Africa community, we are all neighbors. We have same tribe divided, some in another country, others in another country. They don't know these barriers. They don't know most of these things we say they are harmful. They consume these products across the borders. And then let's focus, as my brother here has mentioned, on how we can have standards which are recognized by the other trading partners and have harmonized ones among ourselves and respect them. Because when you look at the NTBs we discuss within the ESC region, most of them are only protection, just protection. And Dennis has raised the question, where does the problem lie? It's not with the traders themselves. It's up there. And we have to resolve that and trust one another and know that when we produce together as a region, we have a comparative advantage. When we negotiated the FCFTA, we went as a block. Why do we go individually when it comes to implementation? Thank you.
Okay. I can give Ahmed, I can give you 100 examples. I just want to mention a few for the sake of the group that are very clear. During this war, Ukraine and Russia, Africa couldn't get fertilizer. Our mandate actually is harmonization at African level. It's not harmonization elsewhere. The fertilizer that we are getting from Ukraine and Russia couldn't reach Africa. The fertilizer from Morocco, that is also another biggest producer, couldn't reach East Africa because of a standard. Yeah, there are those who know this issue. They couldn't come to East Africa because of a standard. One value, key value in that standard, which was different with what EAC had adopted. But at the continental level, the harmonized standard would allow the fertilizer from Morocco to be sold in the country. But because now the population, the consumers were suffering, the farmers were demanding fertilizer, EAC adopted the African standard. You see, there are issues that cannot be resolved, not just because we think standards are just science, but I can change one value in a standard and stop your product to come. It means it's what I was saying. Research is very important. We did so many work to sensitize experts. We have 4,000 experts at the continental level developing the standard to sensitize experts in the technical committee that the fertilizer in Morocco does not have a problem. Now, look what is happening in East Africa. How many industries are being put in place by the Kingdom of Morocco for industrialization of these countries? Just that standard had stopped everything. Look at the value of Zimbabwe. Yeah, when there was issue trading with Europe, with America, it's when you will see Zimbabwe product coming to Africa, increased intra-Africa trade, because the product had stopped going elsewhere. We can do more. We can do more, but what I think is very, very important, trade is a war. Trade is a war. It's not just a fair game. If we need to compete, as what my sister said, let's be fair in the competition, but let's understand we are competing. Yeah, we are competing and we should have a good, fair playing ground. That is very important. Last example, if you allow, South-South. We trained CARICOM on cassava standard. They are using African cassava standard. We trained CARICOM on ECOMAC sustainability standard. They are using our conformity assessment scheme. We trained them on the good financial grant practice. Actually, they embraced African standard before our 55 countries embraced our own standards. And the lastly, standards you might think is just for this. Standard, if you don't read well, it can take your money away. The cocoa standard I was talking about, when it started being implemented by Cameroon, the sale went from 3 euros to 10 euros to the farmer. 3 euros to 10 euros to the farmer by the definition. Definition of what is called a producer in a standard. In international standard, a producer was called someone managing the farm. In our standard as Africa, it's called the owner of the farm. Those are two different definitions. Automatically, someone who was getting 3 euros is getting $10 just by the definition. There is power in the standards that we just forget. Let's participate, let's influence as researchers, as a private sector on all this quality infrastructure we are talking about. Thank you.
Yes, you have a question? Okay. I just want to say that we have time for one very last question, and I already have the question coming here. We do this as the very last question because okay. We do two very short questions. Please ask them briefly, and then I let people respond to them quickly. Maybe we take them both at the same time, and we see who responds, and then we're going to round up this panel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a quick one. But before the question, I want to register my disappointment with the ASO. Because yourself, you have said this organization has been around for long, and we don't know about it. In fact, for me, the first time I heard about it, I thought it was a new drug for either Mpox. So, but anyway, as you are aware, we are generally grappling with issues of standards, and that some countries have been hiding behind the standards to introduce NTBs. Now that we have an umbrella organization as ASO, for example, is there an appeals, like an arbitrator or an appeals kind of section of this organization, so that when someone fails here, we are able to appeal? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Let me move to the second question, and then we're going to answer them in one go.
I have a very simple question. Most standards are developed to facilitate access to markets, like the ones that you're referring here on forest standards in EU. What about the continent standards? What standards do we have when they are exporting into Africa? I hear a message about it in your submissions, but it's not coming out clearly. The message is still outward looking. I hear that message when we want to trade to each other. But we know, for example, there is a lot of dumping of substandard materials and products which are not actually what they're claiming to be what they are. I'm just giving you an example. I bought a new shoe and I was attending a ceremony. After keeping that shoe for 2 weeks at home, it completely disintegrated. But it came to my attention when I already arrived at the place. And this shoe was supposed to stay with me for not less than 3 years. And I can imagine how many of those 1.2 billion shoes that we were told this morning are of that low quality. Who is protecting the African consumer? And my second question is, how is your service domesticated? What is the system of domesticating your service, your product? Because I'm asking, if that system is in place and alive, ASO would not have been a well-kept secret to many of us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll let you respond. Please keep it brief, and then the rest of the answers and questions will take in the break.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. Actually, Mheshimiwa, one issue is that maybe I have taken 10 years to come back. I had a session with the Yala Assembly. Yeah, a whole day session with the Yala Assembly on quality infrastructure in 2014. In 2014. Now you are telling me I should come back because you change. Yeah, I didn't take into consideration of the changes, but I have been here actually for that a whole day session with the other issues that are actually linking to what Karen is talking about is the issue of how do we hand over our baton? Yeah, in whatever we are doing, because we are represented in different countries. Yeah, we are the ones putting on registration, and as intergovernmental body, the Bureau of Standards represent governments in our organization. Next week we have a council, and Tanzania is a member of council. Rwanda is a member of council. DRC is a member of council. Actually, there are 3 countries in the EAC which are member of council. But how do we leave things in the discussion we have, or we domesticate them? That is the main issue. But the appeal dispute. This year in May 2024, the African Union approved what called Africa Continental Technical Regulation Framework. That we have also what we call Quality Policy Council, where those issues will be handled. But this framework requires a country to withdraw a conflicting standard that is linked to the national regulation and is not linked to the continental standards. That's where now you will see private sector asking you, why are you stopping my product while I conform to the African standards? It's very crucial that we continue mobilization and sensitization, because this is a recent document approved by African Union just May 2024. And there are some work actually we had started with Carissa with ABC. Yeah, sensitizing also private sector. We will continue with ABC on that. There is also the MRA I mentioned. That's in this review of the agreement, the MRA will also cover some part now under the agreement, because there was no mutual recognition agreement mentioned clear as a separate document in the agreement. On the last question, looking outside, what do we require those trading with us? And I like the example of the shoe, because we are developing a standard on what we call body measurements. Do you know we don't have body measurements in Africa? We have Chinese. Look at your clothes. Yeah, if you see African measurement, yeah, I give you something. They are American measurement, EU measurement, Chinese measurement. We don't have body measurement. And if you look at yourselves, we don't look like any other of those areas. Yeah, we have our own shapes. We have the different shapes of shoes. We need to do that. We are developing those standards for body measurement. But to talk about that, it's about the question she asked. Do we have facilities? Our testing laboratories. Do we test, can we test everything when they are coming to our borders? That is the bigger challenges. That's where you have many countries having a program which they call pre-verification mechanism, where they hire foreign certification board to check your shoe and say that shoe can enter Tanzania. And that is an issue because who are you going to ask at the end? Because someone will say they have checked, they can enter Tanzania. But if we develop our own capacity, you would be able as a consumer to go and complain that I bought this and is not up to the standard. Lastly, is on the issue, no, I think I mentioned that on domestication, that's the Bureau of Standards are the one representing countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have a very last comment by Ms. Stella.
Thank you very much. I wanted to respond to the Honorable when he asked who is protecting the African consumers. That's why we are here. We have a complaint. You can complain to us if you are aggrieved as a consumer by buying that product which is not conforming to the standards, or you are misled to buy that product. So we handle consumer protection violations that have a cross-border dimension, and we work closely with the partner states. And I also want to emphasize that consumers need to know their rights. They need to know their rights as consumers. What is it that they have to do in case something happens, like in your case? What is the recourse settlement mechanism? What is there in place? So we have that, and we want to, please, we are going to deepen our sensitization mechanisms, awareness creation, so that consumers, who are very important in any business, to know their rights and to know where they're supposed to complain to and what is the recourse for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, very, very small comment.
Madam, thank you very much. Tell me what you're doing or what is in your means or powers to do when country X says, or an officer, even a junior most officer says, I do not agree to this product by passing this point. Do you have the teeth to bite? Because I know that the protocol on trade remedies has not been passed. It has been rejected in ESC. Most countries, including mine, have not ratified it. What are you going to do? It appears to me like you have baby teeth. You may not bite.
So the question is, how strong are your teeth? And please share the contacts of your dentist.
Yeah. And you can't accuse trade remedy today. There's no mechanism in the region to resolve trade disputes. None.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that very important question. We have, I mentioned earlier, we have the ESC Competition Act, which provides for how we handle consumer issues. So we can handle any consumer issues as long as we can prove the consumer's right has been violated. So we go according to the act. About trade remedies, you know, that's a different section which should be handled by trade. So on our side, violation, consumer protection violation, if the consumer is harmed, they come to us, they can complain, and there's a recourse mechanism for us to go. So that is the teeth we have at the moment, and maybe we need to collaborate with the others to ensure at least that collaboration aspect is important for us to be able to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like further to use the tea break. not only for signatures and pictures of all the panelists, but also if you have any urgent questions, discussions you want to hold, and we don't need to stop here. I really want to thank Ms. Latifa, Ms. Stella, Dr. Hermogene, and Mr. Benedict for this panel and for your contribution. My name is Marloes Hamelink. I know I also have a challenging name for some of you to pronounce. I'm the Executive Director of the European Business Group. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, Karibu. If you're around, give a shout. And thank you all so much for this panel.
Another round of applause to our panelists and the chair for doing a great job, and to your contributions. I have a couple of quick announcements. Number one, I announced earlier, but some of you were not in the room, but we have these evaluation forms. There should be one at your desk. If you don't have one, please let anyone from Repoa or Ayala know so that you're given one. These are very important because these allow us to improve our annual research workshop. Please be as honest as possible. Transparency is key. We welcome it as researchers. So please fill out this evaluation form. They will be collected during the next session, right after the tea break. Secondly, before I forget, everyone has a name tag. And behind your name tag, there's a QR code. This QR code gives you access to pretty much everything that was presented here today. Should have the PowerPoint presentations. It should have all the pictures that have been taken. It should have all the other documents as well as the program and the concept note. So please utilize this. This is also us trying to be environmentally conscious. And before I ask the next panelist, okay, I've also been informed before I go to the third and last announcement that all participants, after the tea break, I'll give you the timings. If you may please pass by the registration form outside, there's a token bag that every participant will receive, okay? And then I will announce this later, but before I think it's important to announce it earlier also, that there will be a dinner for everyone, hosted by CRDB Bank at Mount Meru Hotel. There will be transportation for everyone. There'll be buses and shuttling, but we will announce that when the time arrives. So please keep that in mind. Panelists for the plenary session 3, I will request you to stay behind for just a few minutes. The chair is Elbariki Shami, Mr. Gerald Kamugisha of CRDB, Tula Mloge of SAGCOT, Kelvin Remen, I apologize if I'm getting your names wrong, he's the Deputy Chief of Party to Hifadhi Chakula Project, TAHA, the Honorable Shaban Slemani, the chairperson of the Ayala Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment, and Mr. Adam Zuku, the Executive Secretary of Textiles and Garments Manufacturers Association of Tanzania. May I request you to stay behind just for a few minutes before your session. For everyone else, it is 4:34. I believe 10 minutes is good for a health break, if you want to grab coffee or tea, and we will reconvene at 4:45. The session would already have begun at 4:45. Asanteni. chairperson of the EALA Committee on Communication, Trade and Investment. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Adam Zuku, Executive Secretary of Textiles and Garments Manufacturers Association of Tanzania. I remind you again about the evaluation. I see there are many people who are not here. Please remind your neighbor. Mwenyekiti Shami, nakukabidhi.
Sawa. So you're so much welcome in this wonderful panel. This is going to be a very exciting panel. It's been done at late hours, but it's going to be one of the most exciting. I promise that one. And I hope my panelists will also not let me down on that. As you can see, we have quite an interesting hybrid of ages and sectors from a bit senior colleagues, middle cadre, and maybe, yeah, there. So it's a good hybrid. Unfortunately, we only have one lady again, but she's so capable that she takes the biggest share of the men here. So karibuni. So our session is real around what we've been discussing since morning. And we are going to look at enhancing productive capacities for trade expansion. And this session will look at assessing opportunities and challenges for enhancing the productive capacities for trade expansion in the sub-Saharan countries, building on the selected cases, institutions, and countries. And of course, here most of my panelists are from Tanzania, but the sectors that are involved in across the region. So with me here, I have 5 key speakers or panelists who are well conversant in the areas of their disciplines. Number 1 is Gerard Kamugisha. Gerard Kamugisha is the head of Trade and Transactional Banking, CRDB PLC, and he will be doing an opening presentation. And then we have Tula Mloge, Dada Tula Mloge, who is a Principal Executive Assistant to the CEO of Sakot Center. And then we have Kevin Raymond. Kevin is a Deputy Chief of Party to Hifadhi Chakula project being implemented by Taha. And then we have Honorable Shaibal Suleiman, I hope I got your name right, who is the chairperson of EALA Committee on Communications, Trade and Investments. And last but not the least, Adam Zuku. Mzee Adam Zuku is an executive secretary of Textiles and Garments Manufacturers Association of Tanzania, and I would say is one of the champions of private sector in Tanzania. So to start with, I would like to welcome Mr. Gerard to do a quick presentation. In terms of time budgeting, we are going to make a hard stop at 15 minutes past 18 hours sharp. So I will be very strict and economic with time. So Gerard, I hope you present something around capacities on access to finance or related things. Please, Karibu, you have 10 minutes. And then you write your questions down. We're going to have a round of questions and discussions on that presentation. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I'm presenting CRDB, so I believe it will be displayed, and it was about a reflection of CRDB, and but particularly on cross-border, the cross-border business that we do, but also reflecting on the journey of CRDB. So basically, I will talk on reflection of CRDB, our rationale for cross-border expansion with case studies and lessons learned. Of course, I will be very brief. and a way forward. So basically this year, sorry, last year, we created a new 5-year strategy, which actually talks about evolve. So we call it, in short, evolve. With our purpose, improve livelihood and deliver sustainable impact. I believe I've seen the sustainable growth and trade expansion on this discussion. And our vision is to transform lives and develop economies to the fullest potential. And our core values is to deliver impact, learn continuously, behave responsibly, and achieve together. So without going into further details of these, but I think keywords here can be interpreted and understood. So if I talk about who we are the largest integrated financial service provider in Tanzania. And we mean that. If you look at CRDB itself, we have been transforming lives through a number of things. For example, just this year, we had our Kijani bond, the first sustainable financing bond which was done in Tanzania. It's already listed in stock exchange. And I believe our customers, those who participate, have already started receiving their interest. We are Moody's accredited bank, B1 positive. We are globally recognized as a first green climate fund, a GCF accredited entity in East and Central Africa. We have many awards. And actually, if I talk about awards, even yesterday we got 2 other awards. The best bank in Tanzania from Global Finance magazine, but also the best resilient bank in Tanzania. That is not listed here. We got it yesterday. Our CEO is actually in New York, and that's why I'm here. Sorry, in DC, Washington, DC. That's why I'm here actually to represent him. We are present in Tanzania. We are present in Burundi. We are present in DRC. But also we have other subsidiaries like insurance, CRDB Insurance, as well as CRDB Foundation. We are known as for CRDB Foundation of Imbeju, one of the Imbeju proposition that we have been trying to, to make sure that the unbanked population become banked. The vulnerable groups are also being, recognized and also assisted. We won all these other awards. In terms of our resilience, as I talked about, is we are solid. Our solid capabilities enables positive growth. That's what we talk about. We have a capital of 1.9 trillion shillings and a total asset of 15 trillion shillings. I think this is the first bank to have 15 trillion shillings in Tanzania. For those who knows, I'm sure I'm talking to researchers here so they understand. We have more than 4,000 staff, based on 46 to 54% based between ladies and men. And more than 250 branches. I talked about this. But basically, across the country, we have agents and many other forms. But also, our distribution particularly is on digital, where more than 96% of our transactions are done outside the branch network. We have a proud heritage and growth journey. If you can see, I can't go into all these details, but since 2020, we were the first bank to launch, sorry about that. I skipped something. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry about that. I've skipped something that I don't know how to go back. No. but basically maybe I should talk about our aspirations. Our aspirations, cross-border ambition is connecting Africa and beyond. We just recently received a rep office approval to be in Dubai. We already started the process of onboarding some staff there, and that office was actually assist us to make sure that we go into those markets where CRDB currently is not in. But also we have our proposition in NPC, non-present countries. We connect where we cannot be. For example, in Rwanda, we are not in Rwanda. We are not in Malawi. We are not in Comoro. We are not in some other markets. But basically, we have partners that we are working with in those countries as well to have this NPC, non-present countries proposition where our customers can actually do business wherever they are. But also globally, we are known for, diaspora propositions. Those who are Tanzanians who are living in the US, in the Far East, anywhere in the world, you can actually, have an account at CRDB and still get a service at CRDB. So our 3 steps approach to cross-border expansion is based basically, to identify the key jurisdictions, but also market research. And this is where someone asked me this morning and this afternoon as well, why CRDB is here. Someone is actually surprised why CRDB should be here. But I can tell you, we have a reason to be here. If you don't talk to researchers, if you try to do business, especially the business that have a lot of risks like banks, you have to have information. There's no way you can get information by guessing. You have to get the real facts information. And some of these information, if you don't use them correctly, can also take you into ruin as well. So we are very, very careful in terms of what we choose and how we actually go about and who we go with. There are so many issues to deal with. For example, if you are talking about jurisdictions, economic prospects of the countries or the area that we are going to, regulations and policies, level of business activities, and so on. But also on market research, we look at access or assess the competitive landscape in the markets respectively. For example, we went to DRC. We went there as greenfields, but with partners. But in Burundi, we went greenfields 100% owned by CRDB. So you can see there's a reason why we went into DRC with that, but also the regulatory environment in DRC requires that you must have partners, and one of them is actually to have not less than 4 partners. At the moment we are 3, and we're working on the 4th one. Actually, that is what we try as much as we can to make sure that we understand what is happening in those countries, examine cultural nuisances if they're there. For example, I'll give you a very, we talk about this more often. Burundi, since we started more than 12 years ago, there have never been any fraud. Any fraud. I believe the Burundians are very honest people. No, 0 fraud in Burundi. 0 attempt. You can imagine that is, so in Tanzania, I can't talk about it. Okay, thank you. So basically, the reason why we're here is also to tell you, I never said Kenya. I won't even talk about Uganda anyway. So, I mean, the whole point is we came here to talk about our expansion because we believe it is where our business lies. We are doing a lot of trade finance businesses. We use a lot of partners across the globe, over $2.something billion that are available for our limits. So any trade that you want to do, be it export, be it import, we can actually assist you. But again, the issue is you have to choose your partners correctly, but also choose your strategies, including your marketing strategies correctly as well. That is what we are doing, and thank you very much. He said 1 minute, so I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gerard. A round of applause for Gerard. I think that was very precise and straight to the point. At the moment you mentioned you wanted to speak about Tanzania in relation to Burundi, I just told you it's 1 minute because I was worried you want to go into details. And then Mheshimiwa Papembeni wanted to talk about Kenya. Then I said, no, let's not stretch that one. Now, Gerard, in terms of, I'm not supposed to ask you a question, but this just triggered my mind. You know, recently, Tanzania was also part of GTI, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Initiative, kind of a pilot for rolling out the AfCFTA trading scheme. And speaking to some of the entrepreneurs that were trying to export to mainly West Africa, and I was speaking with one entrepreneur who is exporting to Ghana, and she was so much frustrated in terms of accessing products, bank products that can really address her needs. The thing is, to transport goods from Tanzania to the west part of Africa through water, you take 2 months, and then you have 2 months in water, and the logistics, you come back. So in terms of like, if she goes for commercial loans, it becomes too heavy for her. So in my mind, I thought, as CRDB, how are you addressing such challenges of creating products that are responding to specific groups to catch up with the opportunities now that are opening up in the Africa Continental Free Trade Area?
Thank you so much, and I think I'll be just general. Basically, in a bank, and especially that's my area of expertise, we have something called structured trade. You don't necessarily have to borrow money and start paying interest for you to do your business. You can actually use the instruments that we have. And these are the things, for someone, for example, sending goods to Ghana and taking 2 months, if you have to borrow money today so that you can do all this stuff, definitely what will happen is you start paying interest from day one. So if you use instruments, the instrument we are talking about here is letters of credit or some other stuff that we can actually do, they are a bit cheaper in terms of cost, but at the same time, very easy to do because they are available standards. And I'm looking to my colleague from Kenya who was talking about standards. The available standards provided by ICC, International Chamber of Commerce, that can actually be used to make sure that you are able to do your business. And we do that, and we are seeing a lot of customers doing a lot of business, transporting things from Tanzania to other countries, from other countries to Tanzania, and at the same time paying at a time when it's already due to make payment. Thank you.
Asante sana, Gerard. Now let's quickly move to panelist number 2. That is Tula. And Tula works for SACCOT Center. There are some interesting stories, and Mr. Kirenga had alluded to, as he was doing his closing remarks, what SACCOT has been achieving. As we are working on enhancing productivity and looking at capacities that needs to be built locally to actually trigger the regional trading, SACCOT Center is at the center of things. In your view, Dada Tula, what are the success stories that SACCOT are proud of in real triggering and enhancing regional trade from Tanzania, but also across East Africa region and the SADC region as well?
Yeah, Chairman, thank you for the question. As you've given me only 10 minutes, let me go straight to answer on what you've asked. From the presentations and the discussions we had today, we have noted that actually Africa is importing a lot from outside. So we are more or less main importer, from the shoes, Mr. Kirenga's shoes, to the food we are also consuming. And we know for sure when it comes to agriculture that we do have potential to feed our continent, but also to feed the world. And also we know that we can produce and expand the opportunities we have now, specifically Tanzania and our neighbors, East African community. We are in a position to plant almost everything what we are eating and what is being consumed. From sunflower that we have been importing from Ukraine, to wheat that has been produced in Russia. So we know for sure that we are in a position to produce in a scale. The only challenge that we are facing sometimes, it is about standards, and thank God that the person who is responsible for that spoke here. But also we usually have a challenge to supply on the required amount that the market will need, but also in that frequency that the market needs. And we know that so far in Africa, we are just using 25 potential we have to produce. We could produce more, but till now is only 25% is being utilized. And if you want to trade, you must have surplus. Without surplus, you can't trade because you will consume it yourself. So now I want to come to your question. What SAGCOT has done, or which ways we have used to support this initiative to make sure that Africa feed itself and also export outside the continent and among ourselves. We at SAGCOT, usually we are looking into value chains, and we are looking into those value chains. We are prioritizing the value chains which, first, we know that they are very competitive, and second, there is critical mass of private sector who are already working in those value chains. And I want to be here very specific. When I'm referring to private sector, organized company, SMEs, multinational companies, local companies, but also smallholder farmers. We are regarding a smallholder farmers as a private sector because he makes his decision like anyone who is doing business. So we have been prioritizing traditional crops like tea, cereals like maize and rice. However, we saw big potential in horticultural crops, and this is because we in Africa, we have soils, we have the weather that allow us to produce those crops, fruits and also vegetables. And so, for example, in the Southern Highlands, we have managed to work with our partners to place Southern Highland as a producer of avocado in Tanzania. Of course, avocado is grown in different areas in Northern Highlands, but also Kigoma and the other places. But now, if you ask where is avocado is being produced, you'll be told in Njombe. Njombe is in the Southern Highlands. And we are seeing potential of other crops. For example, we have just started. We are looking into apple. What we know is that so far we are net, East Africa is a net importer of apple and apple products like apple ciders, apple juices, apple vinegar, and so on and so forth. But the private sector we are working with has informed us that East Africa is importing the value of 75 million USD of apple products and apple fruits itself. But we know for sure that this is among the strategic crops that East Africa and Africa can look at. And we are in a position to produce this fruit and the product associated to that. So for that reason, I call upon us all to see apple as a strategic crop. And trust us, we have observed the trend as it has been for avocado. In the next 5 years, we hope that Tanzania might be a net exporter of apple. So, of course, Now we are speaking the language of food systems. Food systems include everything along the value chains. So at SAGCOT, we are looking also not only crops, but also the livestock sector, which is very important. And we know that if livestock sector want it to develop, we need feed. And most of our animal use crops like soya, maize, and these are strategic crops that are being used to produce animal feed. So for the case of SAGCOT, we have been focusing on production and the aggregation of soya. And this is for local consumption, regional consumption, and also for international consumption. Of course, we have, as Tanzania, we have signed a contract with China to export 1 million tons of soya. As we are speaking, 2 years ago, we were producing around 5,000 tons of soya in Tanzania. Come this year, we have managed to produce about 20,000 tons. With the support of our partners, Royal Norwegian Embassy, we are implementing a project called the Tanzania Soya Sustainable Initiative, whereby we are expecting in the next season to increase the productivity up to 50,000 tons of soya. But mind you, it is clear to us that in Tanzania alone, demand for soya, for animal feed and human consumption is around 400,000 tons. As I've said that, dairy and poultry are very critical value chains that we've been working in. For example, poultry, now as we speak, Tanzania is a net exporter of fertilized eggs, and also we have managed to be self-sufficient here in Tanzania in producing day-old chicks. And this has been possible simply because already the value chain, livestock value chain, is investing. There is a lot of investors in it, and also there is that drive, and we are working very closely with the government of Tanzania to make sure that things are happening. So we have been exploiting the markets to see what the market need and what we can do to make sure that we produce for that market. So just to conclude my my presentation here, I would like to inform you or to make you note that so far Tanzania is a main player and a strategic player in food trade in East Africa, but also in SADC. We are producing rice twice as much as what we consume. And for that reason, the rest is being consumed in the regional Kenya, Uganda, we are exporting in Rwanda, DRC, Zimbabwe, and other countries. And we know that we have the potential to produce up to 4 times from what we are producing now. And as the trend goes and our farmers now understand the basic issues on soil management, land leveling, we expect that in the coming years, we will reach that goal and produce 4 times and export our rice to other countries. But also, we've taken note of crops like pulses, beans. Tanzania is a net exporter of beans in the region, and we have noticed that farmers have appetite to produce this crop, and also the private sector are increasingly engaged themselves in this value chain. There is another crop which was not in the ladder 10 years ago, and that is potato. In Tanzania, when you speak about food security, maize is number 1, rice number 2, and now potato is number 3. Nadhani chips zege for my fellow Tanzanians, all of you know it. We have something we call chips mayai, is chips made of French fries made with eggs. So it is like some concrete, yeah. It is like
Yeah, that's a,
Yeah.
that's a good one to end with, Tula.
I want just to one just
A
one
bullet,
point, yeah.
please,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, one bullet point. So this crop is being produced in Southern Highland, Northern Highlands, almost all over Tanzania, and for now, we are the supplier of potato in the East African community, up to South Sudan and Kenya and everywhere. So just to conclude is that we as Tanzania, we are positioning ourselves and we are strategically to be the food basket for East African community, SADC, Africa, and also the globe. And thank you for that. This will be made possible. And I want to call you all upon to work with us as we are going to agricultural corridors of Tanzania, whereby we will be having our interventions in Tanzania, not only in the SAGCOT corridor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tula. Round of applause for Tula. She has really given some important points here. And you know what I liked about her, and it was almost taking me and forget to remind her on time because of the things she was speaking. But she started by explaining some challenges related to supply side constraints on some value chains, and she was speaking about products related to Apple. But I loved her ending notes. Like, it's not all difficult. There are some success stories on poultry, for example, in dairy products, poultry specifically. And she spoke about fertilized eggs that we are net exporters, rice, we are surplus, we have surplus, and we can export more than we import, beans, and she finished by speaking about potatoes. So it means there are some stories, there are some capabilities that have been realized that we can have actual positive trade balance. But for the subsectors and value chains that are real of high value, that we need to add value, what kind of stories and what kind of capacities in terms of success we learn from SAGCOT Center? And if we had time, we could unpack in terms of policies, what went right, in terms of technology, in terms of capital, but we don't have luxury of time. That being said, maybe Kevin would be of help as he helps us to unpack and try to see, you know, most of these trades, these businesses Tula has been speaking about, are actually done by small scale or SMEs, but it's not all glory. As SMEs go outside the border, they face a lot of challenges and bottlenecks. So Kevin, in your view, what are the key things that SMEs face when they go outside the border? And possibly, what do you think can be done to address such? Karibu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this question. I think most of it has been covered in the previous sessions, but I'll try to iron out some key issues which really the SMEs are facing whenever they want to expand, whether within the country or outside the boundaries. So the first one, and speaking of the SMEs here, I mean from the subsector I'm coming, I'll speak about all the value chain actors, mainly the farmers and the processors, who mostly of them are exporting, most of them are selling their produce either internally in the domestic market or in the regional markets as well. One of the key bottlenecks which affects them, and we are glad that we have someone from the financial institutions here, CLDB, is limited access to capital and finance. This is a major challenge, and it has been spoken by even different speakers from the morning. And the challenge we have here is that for an SME to tap the opportunities which are there maybe at the regional market, international market, or even to expand their operations in the country, they have to upscale their businesses. And by upscaling, you have to invest either in equipment, technologies, and other operational issues for him or her to be able to upscale. And to be able to do that, to be able to do those investments, access to finance is very important. And in our country, this is a big challenge, especially from the sector I'm coming on, because looking at the statistics, out of all the loans which have been issued by the commercial banks to the private sector, less than 12% goes to the agriculture sector. And you can understand this is a sector which employs more than 65% of the population. With all the potential it has, I think there is a big challenge. And the problem there is on the way even the products are being designed in terms of collateral, the interest rate, the grace period, and other factors which make it very difficult for the SMEs to be able to achieve or to be able to access these products. And by doing that, or by failure not to access the affordable finances, it protects or it prohibits them, the SMEs, now to attain or to access these potential markets, whether in processing or in selling or increasing the size of their farm size or their operations as when they are processors. And for off-takers as well, it becomes difficult because they have to have financial muscles for them to procure or to buy produce from small-scale farmers. So as we are in the research forum, I think this is a call for the researchers to look into this area, to do more research on how the agriculture financing should be. Because if you speak with financial institutions, they will tell you that some of these wish lists we from the agriculture sector are coming up with, they as the financial institutions are also, their hands are tied because they have to respond and comply with some of the regulations from the central bank on the issues of grace period, bad debts, and all those kind of things. So I think it is high time for researchers to also look on how best the agriculture financing part should be handled. I've participated in one of the conference where people were advocating for having agriculture financing policy so as to differentiate agriculture from manufacturing, from mining, from communication, and all other these sectors, so as to facilitate access to finance and make sure that all the good potentials which were mentioned in the morning, which Africa and specifically Tanzania has, people can be able to tap and utilize those opportunities. So that is number one limiting factor. But the second one is market support infrastructures and facilities. After an avocado farmer, which Dada Tula has mentioned, or a round potato farmer, or a processor has maybe the farmer wanted to expand the farm size and has managed to expand the farm size. Now he or she wants to export. There now comes the need for market support infrastructures. And most of these products are perishables, so there are need for pack houses, cold rooms, industrial park if it's a processing product. And unfortunately, we don't have much of these facilities in our country, and especially in the gateways, and the border post, in the seaport, and even in the airports. Lack of or not having these facilities make it difficult for SMEs, because if I have a farm, I want to expand my round potato farm so I can be able to sell my round potatoes to nearby countries, maybe in the SADC or in the EAC, based on where I see I have competitive advantage. Now I need some facilities, or if it's in avocado, I need some facilities. I need to go somewhere where I can grade, sort, pack, and put my avocados in the cold room before the truck comes to collect them and take them to the gateway. I cannot, as a SME, invest in that facility because, for instance, speaking of a proper avocado pack house with proper parking line, you need more than 150,000 US dollars just for a parking line. SMEs cannot afford that. But for you to be able to export avocado, you have to access this service in the pack house. So SMEs will rely or wish to rely on some of the facilities which are already built, either by the other private sector players or by the government, for them to go access this service, pay, and make sure that their produce get out of their places in the good quality. But unfortunately, we don't have these facilities. So this is a big challenge which SMEs are facing. It is the same, similar even in the processing. You find that there are good people with good products, but they are doing it at the backyard, in the home. For them to access some of this certification like TBS and everything, they have to operate in the good premises. But they cannot afford to build those premises. But if they were already established industrial parks, it will be easy for them to just go there, rent and operate them, get all these certifications and be able to sell their products. So I think this calls for an opportunity for both the private sector and the government as well to invest in these infrastructures. For the private sector, of course, investing in such services or facilities will charge rent to those who will be using them, and then that is a profit as a business. But for the public, especially in the areas where they have a lot of potentials to produce some of these crops, the government can chip in public investment and invest in those facilities, and because these facilities do have a lot of big multiplier effects when facilitating SMEs. We have some examples, because when you go, for instance, in countries like South Africa, if you go to Durban Port, close to Durban Port, there is a fresh handling facility where each one, you don't have to have a pack house in Durban, but you can take your produce there close to the port, and then it can be processed, it can be sorted, graded, and packed, ready for it to be sea freighted. Likewise, if you go to Oliver Tambo International Airport, they have a hydropolis project outside the airport, whereby you have different players taking their produce there. Sometimes they can be consolidated for them to be airlifted. So we need those kind of facilities in the country so as to facilitate the SMEs to enable them to reach this regional and international market. The third one is on high cost on compliance and certifications. I think the Secretary General for ARSO has mentioned it, and then I think we had a very hot discussion on this. I will not like to dwell much, but I think this is also one of the service or one of the requirements which hinders a lot of SMEs to access international and regional market, because the cost for compliance is on the very high side on most cases. We are lucky that we have organizations like where I'm coming from, TAHA, whereby we saw this as a challenge, and then we established a dedicated certification company, whereby we facilitate now certification of farmers' produce to reach international markets, and we were able to cut down the cost at least by more than 75% of the cost for certification, which at least now some of the SMEs, and that is why now we're seeing a lot of Tanzanian companies now are able to even export fresh horticultural produce to international markets. But this is also an opportunity for private sector, but also for the government to enhance and to improve some of the laboratory services. We have heard from a guy from TPHPA, but we know there are laboratories international accredited, but only on some services. So on some of other services, you have to send the samples overseas for you to get the results which are accredited in the international markets. So you can imagine for an SME who is in the Southern Highland, you have to organize to take your sample all the way to South Africa or to Europe just for testing, not even accessing the market. You can see how we are hindering these SMEs to access those markets. And then another challenge which hinder the SMEs to reach regional international market is on the business enabling environment. This is a more wide issues, but for instance, I've spoke about farmers or processors. For a farmer who has been informal, maybe in avocado or in round potatoes, and then he or she has secured a potential market regionally, meaning that that farmer has to be converted from being informal to be formal. By the fact the farmer tries to go formal, you have to now deal with more than 22 regulatory authorities. Each offer a different service, and most of them, the services are offering are not value for money, so the cost of operation is very high. This limits SMEs. That's why you find most of the SMEs shy away from all these major markets, because in some of the cases, it becomes more good to be informal rather than being formal. Likewise, even for those who are in the agriculture or in the farming side. But also,
as you end, Kevin.
Yeah, as I'm winding up, the last component on the business enabling environment is on the NTBs, which I don't want to repeat because I think most of the dignitaries in the morning have mentioned it. But most of these NTBs really protect the SMEs from reaching out these regional and international markets. That's why it will be very difficult for most of these SMEs to find part and enjoy the good stories we are telling about EAC community, SADC, and even if you go to African Continental Free Trade Area, because still they cannot trade. They see us talking in such discussion like what we are doing at the moment, but trying to move a product to another country, even if you're in the same regional block, it is a very big nightmare. Thank you.
And I agree with you. A round of applause. Do it freely for Kevin. That's a lot of knowledge, Kevin, and I think because of your expertise in the industry, and as you were mentioning some of the challenges, I recall one thing you talked about, the cost of being formal. It seems like it's more friendly for SMEs to be informal as opposed to be formal, but can we really create export sector that is vibrant but still informal? But for the SMEs to be comfortably formal and perform, what kind of things needs to be in place? And in my view, listening to the people, it seems like value chain approach has been working as opposed to have a more broader sectoral approaches. But one had mentioned before that maybe we need a bit more policies. And another one had said, we have a lot of policies. Do we need one more policy, or do we really need a different thing? Are we addressing the right challenge? Is there a possibility that we tailor solutions to wrong problems and keep on running to construct one additional policy? So it's a lot of things, but you have really thrown a lot of lights. But as you started your presentation, you spoke about access to finances, the biggest challenge that is real facing the SMEs to trade across the border. And I agree with you, that's a big question. But you know, we have a panelist, Honorable Shaibel Suleiman, who is a champion, and he has been in business, he has background in academics, and he's now a legislative person. He's a chair of IALA Committee on Communications, Trade Investment, so he's knowledgeable. But as I was chatting with him, he told me, you know, the issue of finance, access to finance is a big question that I would like to speak about. So, Honorable Shaibel, in your view, your experience as a banker previously, what are the challenges that are facing the trade financing, but possibly what could be done by different stakeholders to address or more or less unlock that challenge?
Good afternoon. First, I want to thank Rapport for organizing this conference. I think it's good for us to get together and exchange ideas.
Is that loud enough? Maybe use this.
I wanted to thank Rapport for organizing this conference and for letting us get together here to exchange ideas. Now, as my chairman said here, I wear 3 hats. Number 1, I'm a legislator. Number 2, I'm back in academia, and I see here doctors, professors, all those. Number 3, I'm a businessman. But I have a problem with all 3. The academia, I don't know whatever made me go back to university, but in academia, you can hold a loaf of bread and say this is a loaf of bread, and they'll say no. You have to refer to the study written by Baker et al. 2004. And then somebody will say, no, that research is outdated. So you come up with another research. On the legislative side, I find that we as legislators and government in particular sometimes creates more problems than solutions. There is so much bureaucracy, there are so many unnecessary laws that I just wish that we could streamline things and make things a lot easier. But we also must not beat ourselves up too badly. I mean, the East African community over the last 10 years has made significant strides. You know, we've had a lot of complaints about non-tariff barriers. I mean, more than 590 non-tariff barriers have been removed. We've made significant strides, so let's not beat down the legislators too much. But the things that we've had here show us the problem, and we can see where the solutions are.
There's a speaker who stood up here and said that inter-Africa trade has increased to 16%. But what he forgot to mention is that the trade from Africa accounts for only 3% of global trade. Only 3%. Now the question is why? And the answer is very simple. Kenya is Africa's third largest producer of coffee. And we generate $265 million from coffee exports every year. 265 million United States dollars. Germany doesn't grow 1 bean of coffee and it exports $2.6 billion of coffee. Where's the difference? Value addition. And we've been talking about it and talking about it forever, but nothing is actually done. And we have here people from industry, we have people from government, and the same thing, year after year, we'll have the same conferences. I one time went to the US and I found in the supermarket a can, a white can, and it was written Kenyan coffee. So I was intrigued. I looked at this thing, 100 grams, price $9.99, which means $10. So if 100 grams is $10, it means 1 kilo is $100. So I bought this thing, went to my president and told him, I'm here to annoy you today. Your Excellency, the Americans are selling our coffee at $100 a kilo, and our farmers are getting $2.50. I mean, are we stupid or retarded? The answer is so obvious. We must force value addition. And if we don't pass the laws to make it mandatory, it is never going to happen. Now, I read a very interesting book recently. It's called How Asia Works. And it was a study of 5 or 6 different Asian countries. And the underlying theme behind all these countries was just 2 things. Number 1, they focused on exports. And number 2, they focused on value addition. Now, I'm a banker, and I have my brother here from CRDB and all that. But it is not in our DNA as bankers to support the Juakali sector, the SME. Because these poor guys don't have a credit history, they don't have securities, they have nothing. I had an experience last week of a young guy who walks into my office, and he has an order from Italy to supply 10 containers of avocado oil. 7 was willing to finance him. And I'm willing to bet that one bank in Tanzania would be able to finance him. Because our DNA as bankers says, show me the LC, show me some security, then I'll give you some working capital. It won't work for this young man. So where's the solution? The solution I saw in India. In India, there is a bank called SIDBI. I don't know what the initials stand for. But according to Indian banking regulations, every bank, without exception, must put 20% financing in export-oriented business and 20% in agriculture. Listen to that. It's by law. 20% towards export financing and 20% towards agriculture. And if you don't want to do it, or you don't have the expertise to do it, 40% of your deposits, put them in SIDBI, they will do the lending. If we had this type of system, automatically this avocado trader would be the darling of every bank in India. Because he meets both criteria. He meets the agricultural criteria and he meets the export criteria. So instead of us continuously, year after year, talking about the challenges of financing, I want to refer back to what Madame Trudy said here. And I even highlighted it. It says, evidence-based policy. There is no need for us to invent the wheel. The examples are out there. Let's go and see what they have done right and implements them here. On the issue of exports, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? Look at the Chinese example. China was a third world country until they experimented with special economic zones in Shenzhen in 1980, and within 10 years, they took China out of poverty into a leading economic power. We here in Africa are still running around in circles on regulations on how to set up SEZs. Yesterday, I was at the SEZ authority in Kenya, and they're telling me, boss, kuna shida na East African community on regularizing the SEZ regulations. We have to sort this out. And if you are looking for research subjects, let us look at the examples of how the Indians have managed to finance. If we're looking at how to promote our exports, let's look at how the Chinese have done the SEZs. And if you go back to the 1980s, the average Chinese worker was earning $100 to $150. Today, those industries have moved to Vietnam, Laos, and all these countries because the Chinese laborer is making so much money. So we need to look at all these things that we have to do and come up with solutions. Now, my colleagues and I in the East African community, we have come to the conclusion that we need to set up an East African investment bank. Not a lending bank. There are enough lending banks, there are enough commercial banks, there are enough development banks. We're talking about an investment bank that will incubate investment projects. Because banks, by their very nature, don't have an appetite for risk. So all of you here who are interested to work with us would be very happy if you join us and we make this thing a reality. Finally, I'm with my colleagues here from the East African Assembly. And they were looking at me and saying, what are you going to talk about there? And so if you don't clap very loudly for me, they'll go back to Parliament and say, oh, you bure kabisa. So thank you very much. I hope we've made some sense.
Asante sana. Naomba hiyo. Asante sana mheshimiwa. I think that is so powerful. And you know, there is a wisdom in speaking to Mzee Zuku asa sio kweli. Sio bure kabisa. So I will come to you, Mzee Zuku, and in the same note, Mheshimiwa, you've spoken about a lot of things, but one of the most important things that I grasped, and I would ask Mr. Zuku to speak about, is the issue of value addition. And you know, you said, you recalled about the data that was given, that Africa trades amongst itself by 16%, and the rest is exported to the world, contributing to less than 3%. And your articulation was like, okay, because we export cotton than exporting clothes, we export cows than exporting beef, etc., etc. Now, Mr. Zuku is in a very interesting sector, garments. And, you know, we export a lot of cotton, sisal, and technologies have now emerged that we can use sisal to make garments and all. We export skins and hides, but yet we import everything. We import clothes, we import shoes, we import belts, and still we're speaking about value additions. But you have given us some examples of China and all. And sitting in various panels, and of course speaking to a lot of more people, and listening to the leaders, everyone speaks about value addition, but yet we are unable to fix it, kind of. So it goes back. Are we having the right problem that we are addressing? Now, Mzee Zuku, in your sector, in garments and textile, what are the experiences? You've been in the sector for quite a long time. You know, when speaking with kind of you, naweza tu just to mention a product and tell you, speak about that product. So speak about garments, speak about what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mr. Shami. Good afternoon, everybody. Being last sometimes is a problem. Although Chinua Achebe said, who laughs last, laughs. but I can realize I won't long last because time is not on my side. The issue here is value addition. Before I proceed, let me remind you, since this morning, a lot of people have talked about Mwalimu Nyerere. He had a dream in this country to process all the cotton. You know, we are a big cotton producer in East Africa, into value-added products. And he didn't stop there. He went further. He built almost 15 textile mills, government-owned in those days. That was between 1970 up to 1991, 92, when the sector collapsed. He trained in Europe and America up to degree and master's level. I myself is one of them in prominent European and American universities. So textile sector in Tanzania is a serious matter. We invested a lot, and what happened is the story I want to tell you, and that will explain about this value addition issue. Cotton was introduced in this country by Germans in 1913. And the first industrial process in Tanzania was made in the cotton growing areas, when we have these ginneries to process the cotton, separate the seeds from the fiber. And then the seeds were crushed to produce oil. Those of my age know that we used to use edible oil from cotton oil. Mafuta ya uto, it was called. And the other product went to feed the animals. That is part of the cotton value chain. But from there, we have ginning, we have spinning, we have weaving, we have knitting, we have processing, and then we have garments. Everybody here, today I can count from your shoe, from your foot to your neck, you have almost 10 different garments on you. If we remove them, you know what will happen. Everybody will run from this room. So textile is important to everybody from the cradle to the grave. This is what we say. But what happened to the textile sector in Tanzania? The first textile mill in Tanzania was built in 1957. And it was a blanket manufacturing sector because you needed to take care of yourself during the cold. But we built all other textile mills because of the demand. Kanga and kitenge. Tanzania is famous for producing kanga and kitenge. Why the sector collapsed? The sector collapsed because of power. Infrastructure is necessary. Spinning, particularly in the textile sector, consumes a lot of power. So 1991, with the climate change, drought, all the hydropower stations lost their levels and we could not get the power we needed. But what happened after that? We had to import textiles. We imported textiles because we could not produce ours. By 2005, another disaster came. The multi-fiber agreement came to an end. Multi-fiber agreement really protected, kept the Chinese out of the world market. After that, now their products came in, and they were cheap, and they are cheap even today. The textile sector in Tanzania, I'm sure in all African countries, has collapsed, except we made a survey in 2021. Kenya, among East African countries, only Kenya. Tanzania, we had 33. Right now, we have 7. South Africa, same. Many of these countries have had the textile sector collapse. Because right now, we are net importers of textiles. And that means we cannot we cannot support our own production. Demand is not there. Marketing is projected through demand, and production follows behind. When there is no demand, what's the point of making production? Today, a kitenge made in Tanzania costs about 34,000 shillings. A kitenge from China imported with all the taxes costs 30,000 shillings at Kariakor. But it has gone down to 20,000. Why? There is smuggling. There is under-invoicing. All those evils are there. And the worst part, and this concerns us in the EAC, the only act in East Africa that works is the East African Customs Management Act. It is applied without any problem. It has the common external tariff meant to protect local industries, including the textile sector. Every year, ministers of finance, just before the budget, they meet in Arusha. They decide on which areas to work together on the common external tariff. In Tanzania, we have a big problem. What we agree at the EAC is not what we practice in the Finance Act. For instance, we all have a net problem of producing yarn. We have a shortage of yarn. We agreed at EAC that let us import yarn at 10% duty. But in Tanzania, we said, no, we are protecting the local industry. We will pay 25%. This is unfair because in East Africa, it's supposed to be 10. We are shooting our own feet. So that is another factor contributing to the dying of the textile sector. But let me come to the main problem because of time. The problem we have is that we don't add value to our cotton, but we import a lot of textiles. Now, how do we solve this problem? From my experience, we need to have what I call a double-pronged approach. Approach number one, let us reduce export of raw cotton. Let us invest in spinning. The reason why we had a collapsed spinning sector was because we didn't have power. Now with the Mwalimu Nyerere Dam on stream, we have a lot of power. Let the government close its eyes. Let us have political will. Let us say we are going to give incentives for anybody coming to invest in spinning industry in Tanzania to reduce the volume of cotton being exported as raw material. And what is more, the Minister of Agriculture has plans in the next 3 years to produce 1 million bales, from 350 to 1 million bales. All these will have to be exported again, and the percentage will be maybe locally produced will be 5%. So we need urgently to address the issue of value addition to the raw cotton by giving incentives to the spinning sector. The other part is to allow the garment sector to grow. To give more incentives for anybody who wants to put up a garment factory, and to allow us to import fabric from Asia or China for a time. It is better to import fabric rather than importing the garments. Because when we import the fabric, we will process it here, make the garments here, give employment here. Different from the way we are doing now, importing garments and that's it. So this double-pronged approach can help us. And it is possible not only in Tanzania, but the whole of East Africa. In the EAC, we have among the rules of origin, what we call cumulation. And this factor is not utilized, unfortunately. If Kenya has more capacity in spinning, you could easily take your cotton to Kenya, it gets processed into yarn, bring it to Tanzania, and the originality of the product now shifts to Tanzania and forth. So there are no complications in the export. That is cumulation. But we should adopt, even at the African continent free trade area, the issue of double transformation. Double transformation means a product is made through byproducts. For instance, I take cotton and produce yarn. Yarn is a byproduct. Somebody takes the yarn and produces a gray fabric. Gray fabric is a byproduct. This way, we can leverage the capacities that exist within East Africa, even by not increasing investment in the textile mills themselves. So all those things need to be done, but unfortunately, we need political will. If there is no political will, this cannot happen. The other thing is that policymakers, it has been said this morning that policy must be people-centered. I don't know how many people understand what that means. People-centered means you are not going to have a policy producing regulations that in any way retard the development of the people. Now you have a policy and you create a regulation that itself becomes bureaucratic. Now, why do we do this? We do this, the problem that exists is that our policymakers do not understand the working of the sectors we are talking about. For instance, the textile sector is complicated. You have to know it. Go to the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We don't have an expert in textiles. We used to have, but unfortunately, this ministry does not have institutional memory. I don't know if in the Ministry of Industry today, you have any worker, any officer that has been there for more than 10 years. I challenge that. If they are there, they are very few. So these are problems within the policy-making process. We need to change that. The other one is...
and as you conclude, Mr.
Yes, I'm concluding. If we are going to do trade to develop textile sector, I was looking at the figures here. The population of East Africa is over 290 million today. And by the standard that every person requires about 15 meters of textiles, we need 4 billion meters to meet the demand of East Africans. In our study, the East African verification, which was done in 2021, we visited all textile mills in East Africa. The capacity that was being produced was only 5% of this demand. So you can imagine 95% of textiles in East Africa are imported. Every meter that you import is about 3 jobs exported. We have kids who complete university and other learning institutions who are jobless, but we are employing people in India, China, at our cost. So it is very imperative for planners to realize if you want to improve the economy, leverage value addition, improve farmers' conditions, bring about jobs, let us address this the textile sector with all the zeal and seriousness that it requires. The textile sector, if it is going to continue in this situation in the next 6 months, I'm sure by next year, we will not have 2 or 3 more textile mills.
You mean 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months.
Not years.
Yeah, not years, 6
All right.
months. My members are telling me it is better these days to turn the factory into a go-down. They get more money making it a go-down than producing textiles. Because right now they are running the machines, not because they are making any production. They are running the machines because if they go idle, to bring them back will be more costly than what they are paying now. So they are producing nothing just to keep the machinery going.
But that's a very sad news
It's a
to
sad
hear.
story, yeah.
Mr. Zuko, I'll stop you there because you have spoken a lot of important things, and I wouldn't like them to be diluted. Thank you so much. And I gave Mr. Zuko a bit more minutes because Mr. Zuku played a very big role in also training and coaching me on private sector like 12 years ago when we both worked for the Chamber of Commerce, and he really led me into the industry. So I couldn't misbehave and stop him roughly, so I had to wait until he finishes. Thank you so much, Mr. Zuku. You said an important thing, that every meter imported is 3 jobs exported, and that is real a mind-triggering thing. Now, our audience, ladies and gentlemen, it's your turn to contribute to this discussion. I had promised you to make it very active, but in the midway, I lost the track, so apologies. But I may see like 5 or 4 hands. That's a lot. But I'm going to give you a bullet. I'm going to give you a bullet model question. Like you just go straight the question, no background, nothing. If you prolong, I stop you. So you just say the question or your contribution quickly. Now, I want to see your hands up.
We have started.
You have started. Yes, you took the limit.
Very quickly.
Very quickly, Mzee.
Very
Karibu.
quickly. The first one is about my sister's presentation, and I think it presents an opportunity in the region. I was asking Jacqueline here, there were avocado exports, and you talked of the Northern Highlands producing and the Southern Highlands producing. But I think you need to synergize within the region to make the quantity larger, to export to scale. I know that Rwanda exporters are trying to export avocado to Europe, and growers in Kagera region, in that whole Mwanza region, I don't know where they're exporting. Why wouldn't there be an initiative to bring this produce together and export at the same time? How about we brought the entire northern Tanzania and eastern Rwanda, combine the produce, export to one destination, set a price, and secondly, you are exporting simple oil. Where you are sending it, they are adding a few ingredients, and it returns as most expensive lotion. Why are we not thinking of adding the lotion here as we think of selling the Vaseline here and to Europe? So I think there's an opportunity regionally. Please expand your thinking to across Kagera River.
Take note of that, Kevin.
Cold solutions.
That should be very fast.
Okay, the
And
last
then I'll
one
ask
is
Doctor to
the last one
help
is
us
on
monitor the microphone.
the
I
last
will
one
be
is on
dictating.
textile.
Karibu.
On textile that my elder brother has talked about. It is disturbing. There is a summit resolution, 2015, signed in Ngurudoto, and it says no to second-hand clothing. The one reason that killed the textile industry in Tanzania is the influx of second-hand clothing. Simple. So be careful, all of you. While we celebrate ACFTA, don't be any illusion that there are elements, you said trade is a war. There are warriors out there determined to kill ACFTA. So let's be warriors as well.
We hear you, Mzee. Thank you so much. I want to see the hands. I want to pick. You give microphone to. Yes, I want to balance the gender as well. But you have the mic already.
Thank you. My question is on potatoes, and it's going to Madam Tula. In 2019, thereabouts, or 2020, during the COVID-19, we know KFC is in Kenya as a franchise, producing chips and everything. But then it got to a point, because of the disruption of supply chains due to COVID, they could not get their supplies from Egypt, bringing potatoes to Kenya. And they actually said, we have run out of potatoes. And they suggested to even give people ugali in a state of fries. And it was in the news. It was a true story. Now the question is, Kenya produces tons of potatoes, locally produced. And they refused to take those because of standards. Now my question is, what should we do? And my brother is here for the standards, and I think he was in Kenya at that time. I don't know what they did, and why is our potatoes that is being produced do not meet the standards for KFC. And that is
Why our potatoes do not
Yeah,
meet
meat.
standards for KFC? You stop there. It's one
Okay.
question per head.
Thank you.
Can I see hands up? I'll go to Mzee Uronu, just there. Then I'll come to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Shami. Mine is only contributions. It's no question.
Very quickly.
One, to the government. Our government should be keen enough to see our laws and regulations on exports. Some laws are hindrance or bottleneck for exports. We had one example of avocados from southern Tanzania. There was two examples took as an example. One container from Dar es Salaam port and the other one to Mombasa port. Now, the one, Mombasa port, they almost arrive on the same time to the ports. But the Mombasa container took only 24 hours to connect the deep sea going vessel, while the one to Dar es Salaam took 7 days to connect deep sea going vessel. Why? Too much regulations, too much. So my advice, again, I have proposed also in another different platforms, government should go back and see how are the laws to governing, especially those perishable goods. It's very, 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 very sensitive cargo, which cannot, given a time to delay to the roads, given priority and priority in the ports to make sure that they connect deep sea going vessels as soon as possible on the arrival. Two, I'm coming, let me declare my interest. I'm coming from the shipping industry. We are dealing with or connecting to deep sea going vessels, the ships, international ocean. Now, the vessels are coming. A good of Tanzania is that we are outlet to the ship, to the sea. We have all the opportunities that we can have the vessels coming, imports are coming. But what about the exports? We are bringing the ships full of imports, containers are coming. But what is the leg of exports? If you go to the export, we are only exporting materials, raw materials. But we have to go, if you go to total logistic chain, manufacturing is an area of which can create a lot of exports in Tanzania. We have to go to production. We have an ample land. We are not poor. We have a land, uncultivated land. Why can't we invest? Why can't you offer investors to come and invest to this land so that we produce materials, we put processing machinery industries, we process and we export finished products or semi-finished product, added value. This is what we are discussing here, the expansion of the trade. Now, if we are discussing on the expansion of the trade, while we have the means to produce for trade, we are not using it. We'll be still having these meetings, but no end of this export. My advice, government should go back and see the natural resources that we have should be utilized. We have an ample land. Bring investors to this area, agricultural production and manufacturing industries so that we can get materials and we have the finished products of which we can export. Our vessels are coming and leave here empty sometimes, less cargo sometimes for export. We need to have export, and exports is what will generate revenue to the government.
We need to have exports, and exports are the one to generate revenue. That's very key and important sentence. I hope we have your hand, and maybe I want to see a land from, there was a lady somewhere there, but if no, then we proceed, then we finish with the two, that one and that one. Very quickly, Doctor.
Yeah,
no wrong speeches.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. My question actually comes from the presentation that has been made by 3 presenters. Kelvin gave a very good explanation about the challenges the SMEs are facing, and this is the access to finance, making them difficult to export because they can't compete with other traders who have high capital, big capital. But also, the presentation that was made by Honorable Shabal gave one example of a potential exporter of avocado oil, but who needed some amount of money from the bank credit, but he couldn't get it, and therefore he was not able. So this explains the challenges of accessing finance through the banking system. But of course, when you look at the presentation that was made by my brother Kamugisha, she gave a very sexy presentation about access to finance for small and business, small SMEs. So can you reconcile now these two practical examples with your presentation?
Thank you so much. Just take note. Then we have one hand there and the last one.
My question is just simple.
Who is speaking?
This,
Yes, please, just straight to the question.
my question, what happens to the millions of...
We
young-
can't hear you.
Oh, my name is Fred. My question goes to the textile industry. And I need, or rather, what happens to the quagmire between the policy of second-hand and jobs that will be lost in the process? Because at the end of the day, the second-hand industry employs millions of young people. What will happen to them? Or what options are provided?
Thank you. Take note of the questions. We have,
Yeah. Thank
we,
you.
we had only one last. I'll try to, you are my big brother, I'll find something to give you. But let's end with that one.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you very much. The panelists have managed to at least to capture every of the detail that we expected. But I have a specific question to the CRDB representative. You know, as a banking institutions, the focus now we see in reality is that you look at the collateral to give finance, not facilitating investment, and even the process to support SMEs, you know, to establish their businesses. Not necessarily a starting capital, but at least, you know, I saw and I've learned through other banks, international banks, supporting from the development of the project, the assessment itself, and even giving, you know, nurturing that business to capture.
What's the question?
So my question is, how CRDB can facilitate SMEs investment, not just giving loans for normal, for those with collaterals, rather.
Thank you so much. Last and final question for the brother, just quickly, and then we give the panelists.
So thank you very much. I have two quickly things. First is how we can translate what is our ideas into the reality. Because the gentleman was talking about India. Back in 2016, we went to with president, and all what you said, we saw them. And we came and we agreed we are going to execute, and then nothing happened. So all these preferential procurement, treatment of SMA in the bank regulations, all these were discussed in front of president. And we agreed, but we didn't do anything. So another issue was on access to finance. I think normally I discourage access to finance. I normally talk about the trust and the genuinity of finance. If you do the analysis, you will find there are so many funds, zero interest, was designed by the government, and these funds were misused. I can give you a list of these, and some of them are actually zero interest. I'm the chair for the Agricultural Input Trust Fund. There are billions. People have just eat that money. And there's no actually even, you know, I don't want to go into details about that. But you see, this money are easy and targeted SMEs. But who access it? There are smart people, I don't know if they are smart, who are capitalizing the name of the SMEs, while the intention is the SMEs, but who are accessing are actually not the SMEs. So I think we need to go. The fund is there, but who are actually accessing, are they the right people with the right intention? So actually that's to me, the Stanbic Bank, if you remember, they have a program where you just present the idea, you get 30 million. And I know this guy maybe was fired later because of that, because people created fumble businesses, access demand, some were actually internal employees from the bank. So I think it's about the hesitance of the bank and our own trust and the penalty, especially when you default these issues of finance.
And that's the very reason I gave you the last opportunity, because I knew your knowledge will be useful here. So my panelists, we don't have time. We're real out of time. I'll just give you 1 minute to respond to whatever was thrown to you. 1 minute max. Karibu, Kevin. We start that way, then we go right way.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there was none of the question which was directed to me, but I think I can attempt to some. There was a question about why should we not maybe consolidate the avocado exports so that we can export together, so as to take advantage of the volume and all that. First of all, I'd like to inform you that most of the avocados exported from Tanzania were coming from both Southern Highlands and Northern, but now we have some avocados coming all the way from Kigoma, and those all the way from Kigoma and few from Bukoba are being brought all the way to the Northern to be consolidated for export. Having them from outside Tanzania, we have some SPS issues which we will have to work on them first before going into that route, because this is a trade as well. As much as we want to partner, but we have to acknowledge that this is a trade and anything can happen. So we have to make sure that we protect or we maintain the brand of the region, it being the East Africa. If we'll be exporting as East Africa region, we have to make sure that we do some measures to control that, so that we don't jeopardize everything and we find that the entire region is being prohibited or is being blacklisted from those markets. Another thing which was also on avocado was on the processing, which I would like to assure you that now a lot of investors have diversified. Most of the exporters now have diversified into oil processing. I know at the moment we are doing mostly the crude oil, but now we have some exporters who are importing some equipments and technologies and machines to go to the final product, either edible or even for the cosmetic industry. So I'm quite sure in the very near future, this is an area which we have been promoting and encouraging a lot of people to invest in. So in the very near future, I think, Mzee, you're going to buy some good lotion all the way from Jombe. Thank you.
Asante sana. Dada Tula.
Yeah, actually, me and Kevin, we are partners. We are doing more or less the same work. For avocado, I just want to add something. We have avocado production regulation, I think that paper we wrote, and that guides when avocado can be harvested. I just want to tell you that Tanzania is a big country, has different ecological areas, and the avocado are not ripen at the same time. So for example, now we have Njombe. Njombe is just 200 kilometers from Ruvuma, and Ruvuma's avocado grow fast and they harvest faster than in Njombe, where it is very cold and it takes time to harvest. So through that guideline, we wanted to make sure as Tanzania now, not as a private sector only, as a country, to be in a position to supply the world market with avocado all along the whole year, so that we secure the market. We prepared that together with STAR and the Minister of Agriculture and the other partners. So we have been working on that, and we have already something in place. Regarding avocado oil, the same applies. Of course, sometimes the world market, there are issues. Avocado is harvested and we have nowhere to take it. So the rejects are being used for processing. So most of the avocado exporters, they have these facilities for processing because of making sure that we don't lose anything post-harvest loss. We are managing post-harvest loss by by extracting oil, avocado from
Thank
what
you,
is
Tula.
made. And the second thing is from my brother.
I hope that is
who-
final. We don't
yes,
have time.
Is about a potato. He mentioned that in Kenya they had a challenge that KFC couldn't take their potato. Why KFC could not take the potato that you had? Usually, you have to start from the market. You have to understand which standard your market want and go and produce as they want. What we have learned from the private sector, a potato is not a potato. There is processing potatoes. There are varieties for French fries. There are varieties for potato powder. There are varieties for just cooking, boiling for potatoes. So most of the time here, the potato for boiling, we use for chips. And it takes a lot of oil. It is not economical. That's why these companies, they want a potato which will not use a lot of cooking oil and will have the taste that all over in their franchising line is the same. So they don't want to jeopardize on the standard of the potatoes or the product they are giving to their customers all over the world. So the most important thing is the variety of potato that you are supposed to produce for that customer if you have a contract with them.
And I didn't know about that, Tula. Thank you so much. Gerard, just briefly.
In brief, CRDB, there are a lot of questions about what do we do for SMEs.
Just summarize it in one bullet.
One bullet is maybe it could be difficult, but the thing is, we have done quite a number of things that are supporting SMEs in agri, but also SMEs in general, as well as other industrial, other things that are supposed to be done in the economy. I'll give one example. Nowadays, due to GCF, as I said, I think on my presentation, I said we are accredited, GCF accredited bank. We have a capacity to get GCF fund of $250 million, sanctioned and approved, and we have already approved one. But also, we are going after supporting, incubating the MSMEs, not only SMEs, the MSMEs, making sure that they come up and be able to produce one without necessarily having collaterals, the so-called collaterals, but at the same time also grow them by training them, making sure that they are equipped to understand what to do. That is sustainable financing we are trying to do. I think without going into more details, I think that's one of the things that we are actually being doing. Thank you.
Sustainable financing is the term. Thank you. Mheshimiwa, 3 sentences.
I have nothing more to add. They clapped for me, Natosha. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mzee Zuku.
I was asked about Mitumba. Let me tell you.
Mzee Zuku.
Yeah.
We just want very short concluding remarks.
This is what I'm saying.
Karibu.
Mitumba is dying on itself. Because people put on Mitumba because they had no alternative. There is no respect in putting on Mitumba, and the people have realized this. If you go to where they sell Mitumba these days, you will see besides Mitumba, they are selling brand new clothes. Brand new clothes are coming in this country cheap, so people don't bother about Mitumba. Mitumba will die on its own, whether we continue importing or whether we improve our own textile production, because people do not want to wear those Mitumbas when there are better alternatives. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zuku. A round of applause for our panelists, well-able panelists, massive knowledge here. Nashukuru sana na that's the end of our discussion. Asanteni.
Another round of applause to our panel. Thank you, Mr. Shami, for a job well done. Thank you to Mr. Kamgisha, Ms. Mloge, Mr. Remen, Honorable Suleimani, and Mr. Zuku. Can we prepare the front colleagues from Ayala, Repoa, and the ushers? Can we prepare the podium for the next and final session of the evening? Another announcement. May I please remind, for those who have not filled out the evaluation form, please do so, and someone will pick it up. Repoa and Ayala colleagues who are in the room, please, can you pick up? There are few evaluation forms here, but for those who have not filled them out, please, we request that you fill these out. These are very important and crucial for us. These are what help us improve future annual research workshops. In the meantime, I would like to invite. Yes. I would like to invite Dr. Mari, Dr. Mkindi to come up, please. As well as the Repoa Board Chair, Professor Mkandala. Colleagues, this is just a very brief event. It's just a signing of agreements between our institutions. So please bear with us. It will take barely 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will proceed to dinner. Can our colleagues from Repoa or CRDB please give me the information of where people will be boarding buses so that I can also convey that to the participants? The signing of this partnership agreement will be, the Repoa Board Chair is the one who will be overseeing this signing.
Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a brief ceremony function, a very happy function. In the morning, we talked about coordination and collaboration, and this is one example of such a process, and where we'll have first 2 agreements. One is between Repoa and Taha, and so we'll have an agreement signed between the Executive Director of Repoa, Dr. Mari, and Dr. Jacqueline Mkindi, the Taha Chief Executive Officer. And then next we'll have, the second one will be between Repoa and Sagot, between once again Dr. Mari, and we are told the encyclopedia of agriculture in Tanzania, ndugu yetu Geoffrey Kirenga, the Chief Executive Director of SAGOT. So please, let's do the signing. Yeah, now they'll do the exchange. Okay. Congratulations for that one. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please, for this agreement. Thank you very much. May I now welcome
SAGOT.
Jeffrey
Yeah.
Keth. We're witnessing a partnership agreement between REPOA and SAGCOT. A round of applause, please, as they exchange these agreements. Thank you very much for your patience and attention. It's been a very long day, but I believe it's been a day worth your while. I know I learned some things. And this concludes day 1 of the 20th annual REPOA Research Workshop. A quick announcement. Buses to take everyone to dinner to Mount Meru. This is a CRDB hosted dinner, are available at the entrance, the rear entrance where I'm pointing. There are buses there to shuttle everyone to dinner at Mount Meru Hotel. Everyone is welcome. We hope you can join us. This is a CRDB organized and hosted dinner. It will also allow you for networking and those conversations that weren't able to occur during the day. So this is an opportunity for you to also network, meet and greet each other, and have some conversations. Tomorrow's program, may I have your attention, please? Tomorrow's program will begin at 8 a.m. sharp. So looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Have a good evening. Asanteni sana.